Chapter 23. How could she have thought she would miss Prasutago's less at Tutadunan? Boudica blinked back tears as she listened to the last posts being set into position in their row. 2 weeks had passed since her husband burned on his pyre, and still she found herself noting things she must tell him, and then she would remember, and the pain would come. It was worse here, where she had only known him healthy and strong. Surely at any moment the king would come striding through the gate, glowing with pride at the completion of his great achievement, and calling to her to come and admire. It was a worthy monument. The rectangular enclosure had been extended to the size of 4 hurley fields laid side by side, its bank and ditch enclosing 2 new roundhouses that flanked the 2-tiered council hall he had built before. It was the posts outside the ditch that made the place unique. 9 rows of tree trunks and another bank and ditch surrounded the enclosure, doubling its size. She wished they could have been living trees, but the hearthland soil would not support such a forest. Roman builders had helped to lay out the site, but the design was her husband's dream. "Oh, my beloved, it is everything you hoped for," she thought, as she started back through the fenced circle that served as forecourt for the roundhouse in which she and the girls were living now. And for a moment she felt him touch her cheek as he always used to do. Or perhaps it was the wind. But someone was calling. She turned again. From between the tall gate-posts, carved with the totems of the Iceni clans, came a rider on a sweated horse. Her heart sank. Men bearing good news did not ride so desperately. But she had just seen her daughters safe inside the house. For whom else did she have to fear, now that Prasutagos was gone? The rider pulled up as he saw her coming out to meet him and slid off the horse with a hurried contortion that was not quite a bow. Now others had heard the commotion and were coming out to see. "My queen!" He forced himself to breathe. "You must do something! The Romans—" He sucked in air again. "The Roman pigs have sent men to seize Brocagnos's farm." "But his tax is paid," she said in bewilderment. Her mother's gold armband had been sacrificed to pay that debt, she recalled. "He's not the only one, lady," the man went on. He began to list names, most of them farmers living near the southern border. "They're driving off stock and taking people as well." "For the army?" An angry pulse was beginning to throb behind her eyes. Many families had given sons to the military levies. The boys were usually sent to serve in places very far from Britannia. Occasionally a gift from some distant land would arrive, but most of them were as lost as her brother Dubnikovaros, who had died while a hostage in Rome. "They are taking slaves, lady, women and men." "They can't do that, can they?" asked Argentilla, who had come out of the house. The yard was filling with people as word spread. "Crispus, I need you!" Boudica yelled. "Get your tablets. We must send a message to Colonia. Pollio will know how to sort this out." "Maybe some Roman official thinks he'll make some quick money while the governor is away," said one of the men. Boudica hoped it was that. But even as she marshaled words for the message, she was trying not to wonder if Clotho had known what he was talking about after all. Boudica walked with Prasutagos in a hazel wood. From the creamy primroses that starred the ground beneath the trees, she judged it must be near Beltane. She rejoiced to see him so strong and healthy, bigger and more solid than he had ever been. Those memories in which she had seen him waste away must be some evil dream. He had a great club balanced on his shoulder, and he was wearing a sleeveless tunic so short she glimpsed his buttocks beneath it. She walked faster, wondering if what she could see from the front would be even more interesting. "Here is the clearing where I will build the new dune," he said, as they came out into the sunlight. He swung the club in a powerful circular stroke that plowed a great ditch in the soil, throwing the earth up beside it in a tumescent pile. He turned to her, his smile radiant, growing bigger as he came to her, the great club in his hand. The scene dissolved around her as the ground heaved, but it was the bed that was shaking as Boggle jumped up, barking. She woke with a gasp, loins throbbing, and began to weep as she realized that Prasutagos had been the dream, and she was alone. But this was at least a better delusion than the nightmares in which she endlessly pursued his fading form through a barren land. She put her arms around the dog, seeking comfort from his warmth as she rubbed behind his ears. Even in the midst of her tears, the memory of Prasutagos's delight in the prospect of building made her smile. It was just past noon when the Romans came. Shortly after dawn, clouds had begun to gather, blotting out the sunlight of Boudica's dream. In that grey light, the cloaks of the soldiers were the color of old blood. Even their armor had a dull sheen. Pollio was leading them. Bogle, who did not like Romans, barked furiously. Boudica told Crispus to tie the dog at the back and bore the beaker of welcome ale with a grim smile. If Pollio thought her weak because her husband was no longer beside her, he was about to learn better. Now they would have an accounting, and the underlings who were responsible for these outrages would suffer for their sins. "Unius Pollio, salve!" She offered him the ale. The twitch of the lips with which he returned her salutation could hardly be called a smile, but then his long face always seemed shadowed. His dark eyes searched her face as they always did when he encountered her, as if he hoped her feelings for him might have changed. As Pollio reached out for the cup, his horse moved suddenly, and it slipped through his fingers to smash upon the ground. For a moment Boudica watched the dark liquid soak into the earth. Then she gave herself a mental shake and managed to smile. "It's no matter. Come into the council hall, and I shall send for more." "Where are all your warriors?" he asked as he followed her into the central round house. "Riding the countryside to gather evidence of Roman crimes." She took her seat upon the great chair before the fire, whose warm light cooled as it met the illumination coming in from openings in the upper tier. Pollio glanced about uneasily as he took the lower chair at her side. From fire-pit to the apex of the roof, the interior was the height of 4 tall men. Here were no marble columns or statues of bronze, but the images embroidered on the hangings that covered the walls seemed to move in the shifting light of the fire. Roman buildings boasted their owner's might. Prasutagos's hall hid his in mystery. "Call them back, Boudica," he said in a low voice. "There is nothing you can do." "What do you mean?" she snapped. "It is my duty to protect my people. I am Queen of the Iceni and a client of the Emperor." "No, you are not. Rome makes no treaties with queens." For a long moment she simply stared at him. "But Cartamandua
is legitimized by her husband's oath, even though he is in rebellion. Your husband is dead."
The words were like a sword to her heart. Boudica had been learning to live again. For hours at a time now she might lose awareness of her grief in dealing with other things until some incautious word, like a dead branch thrust among the coals, would kindle the flame anew. "Prasutagos was an ally of Rome," she said finally. "Some of that property your men are seizing was left to his daughters by his will. It must be returned."
"The will means nothing. Prasutagos was not a citizen."
Boudica shook her head, unbelieving. "Has Governor Paulinus said this?"
"The procurator says it. Decianus Catus says it," Pollio replied in the same flat voice. "The alliance and the kingdom died with Prasutagos. It's over, Boudica."
How odd, she thought numbly. He sounds as if he is pleading.
"This hall, everything, belongs to Rome."
Without quite knowing how she got there, Boudica found herself on her feet. Pollio rose as well, reaching out to her.
"Boudica,"
his voice shook.
"I have loved you since I first saw you. Once I offered you my protection, and you refused me. I make the same offer now. I know you are not indifferent, Boudica."
He meant that aborted kiss in the snow, she thought, before she had known what a kiss could mean. To her that memory was dim with distance, but to him it was still real. How barren his life must be. "No." She pulled her arm away, tried to show some pity with a smile. "You don't understand. I will marry you." He gripped her again, pulling her against him. "It is you who do not understand." Her voice was low and dangerous. "I was the wife of a king, a man like the good God himself. I would not go into your bed, Roman pig, if the alternative were slavery." She spat in his face. "It may be," he hissed, grabbing for her other arm. "You have no choice, bitch. You need a master, and Jupiter witness, if you will not lie in my bed, I will have you on this floor." Pollio jerked her hard against him, his breath hot on her face. For a moment shock warred with hysterical laughter. He fumbled for her breast, and the pin from one shoulder of her tunica tore loose. Then volition returned, and Boudica wrenched free. "Does he think I am some soft Roman female who cannot piss without permission from a man?" she thought in outrage. "Clotho could tell him differently." With an oath, Pollio grabbed her again. They swayed dangerously close to the hearth, and one of the chairs tipped over with a crash. The blood beat in Boudica's ears. She grabbed his wrists, then brought her knee up with brutal force between his legs, and as he screamed and spasmed, forced him into the fire. The mingled stinks of burning wool and shit filled the air. Boudica laughed and let him go, recoiling as the space filled with men in armor. "Take her!" Pollio rolled free of his smoldering cloak, still curled in agony. "Get me out of here!" More men pushed through the door. These were soldiers, not tax collectors. The ones who dragged Boudica out into the yard had muscles like rope and hands of iron. Others followed, supporting Pollio. His face was the color of whey as he tried to stand. "If you don't like my cock, I have other weapons," he gasped. "Tie her to that!" He pointed to the fenced forecourt of the men's house. "Flog her until she bleeds." Still struggling, Boudica was forced to the gate, tied spread-eagled to the posts with ropes at wrists and ankles. Someone grabbed the back of her tunica and ripped the other side free, then used a piece of twine to tie up her hair. Bare to the waist she twisted, watching in disbelief as the decanus who commanded the soldiers walked toward her, a whip with a knotted thong in his hand. Slaves were flogged, not free women, not queens. People gathered, whispering with wide eyes. Boudica heard a rattle of hooves as a horse was urged into a gallop. One of the soldiers started toward his own mount, but Pollio called him back again. She tugged at her bonds. The rope rasped her wrists, but the knots held fast. Then the first lash burned across her shoulders. Shock surprised her into crying out. She set her teeth against doing it again. The ropes creaked to the strain as the next blow drove her forward. The decanus was counting slowly in Latin. "Unos, duo, tres." She tried to focus on the words. "I can bear this," she thought, "and then I will have revenge." From the corner of her eye she saw Regana running from the women's house, brandishing a spear. "Let her go!" she screamed, settling into a crouch with the weapon held ready. "Look! A gladiatrix!" laughed one of the men, pointing as Argentilla came after her, carrying a shield. "Back!" Boudica could only grunt. "Get back inside!" The soldiers were laughing too loudly. The girls could not hear. "Quatuor, quinque." Regana started toward the decanus, jabbing with the spear. Still grinning, one of the legionaries drew his sword and batted it aside. In the next moment another man grabbed her from behind, while the first wrested the weapon from her grasp. "Sir, what shall I do with this lion's cub?" he called. "Pull her claws!" raged Pollio, his avid gaze still on Boudica.
The lioness is chained. Do what you like with the cub. And with her sister, let all the bitches spread their legs for Rome."
"No!" Boudica screamed as she had not for her own pain. Argentilla whimpered as the soldier gripped her arm and wrenched away the shield. "Not my daughters! Not them, please!" The breath was driven out of her as the decanus, who had paused to watch, began his work again. "Prasutagos!" her spirit cried. But he had left them. He would not come to save her now. "Octo, undecim, tredecim." Boudica's back and shoulders were webbed with fire.
"Do it!" repeated Pollio as the soldiers hesitated. "Take them now!"
They had torn Regana's tunica already. She struggled, her young breasts bobbing, and kicked wildly as the soldier pulled the garment the rest of the way off and reached up between her thighs. "Not my daughters! Not my babies! Not my little girls!" "Sedecim viginti." Abused flesh recoiled in nauseating waves. Fire and shadow pulsed behind her eyes. "Please, why are you doing this?" sobbed Argentilla. One of the servants ran forward to help her and was struck down. Now men had gotten both girls on the ground.
Someone threw dice to see who should have the first turn.
"Vigente quinque." Boudica thrashed, groaning as her daughters began to scream. She could not protect them. She could not break free. "Help them! Help me!" Thwarted, her fury drove inward, shattering the boundaries of identity. From depths beyond knowledge came a voice that she had heard once long ago.
"Let me!"
"Triginta."
The lash came down, dividing self from self.
Boudica slumped in her bonds as ravaged flesh and spirit gave way. And with a cry like a battlefield of ravens, the Morrigan came in. She straightened. One by one she snapped the bonds. Blood splattered from Boudica's ruined back as she turned, mouths working. Men cringed. The soldiers who were holding the girls backed away. The goddess picked up the man who was pumping atop Regana and threw him aside, broke the one who had Argentilla as well. The others ran. Pollio stumbled back as she turned, his face contorted in a rictus of fear. She reached out and drew him into her embrace. "Mercy!" he croaked. "Let me go!"
"As you let them go," the Morrigan indicated the weeping girls. "But I will be kinder than you were. I will not force you to live."
Pollio struggled as she gripped his head and twisted.
There was a sharp click. He went limp, and she let him fall.
Hoofbeats thundered outside the dune. Batuitos and the warriors were returning. The terrified soldiers tried to outrun them.
They did not get far.
Ravens were calling, harsh voices echoing back and forth from somewhere very near. Boudica realized that she was lying on something soft. She started to turn over, gasped and groaned as the general ache across her back burst abruptly into a cacophony of individual pains. And there was an odd pressure in her head, as if more than her own brain had been packed into her skull.
"My lady, how do you feel?"
The voice was resonant and calm. Why did she associate it with sorrow? "As if I had been beaten with—" Her throat closed as memory returned. Latin numbers and agony, and a mental torment that transcended anything her body might feel. "My girls!" She jerked upright, staring. The curtains of her bedplace contained the dim world around her. Branganos was sitting beside the bed, his long face lit by the flicker of the little Roman lamp in his hand. The Druid set the lamp on the table. She flinched as he reached out to take her hands.
"Don't touch me," she said hoarsely.
The rope marks around her wrists were still raw.
"No one will ever hold me again."
Her gaze sought his face. "Where are my daughters?"
"They are sleeping, lady," he said softly. "Their hurts have been tended. Don't try to go to them." He halted her involuntary motion. "Sleep is the best medicine for them just now. They were not much damaged. There was not time for more than 2 or 3, his gaze darkened, to have at them before you rescued them."
Boudica drew a quick breath at the sudden increase of pressure in her head. "She stopped them, then?" His eyes met hers once more.
"How much do you remember?"
"She was there, inside my head, and then I was not. I think it was Cathubodva. She spoke through me once before, long ago." The flicker of expression in the Druid's face was swiftly calmed, but Boudica had recognized a mingling of curiosity, excitement, and fear.
"It would explain much," he said dryly.
Suddenly they were both very aware of the raven voices outside. He looked up at her, his face growing grim.
"She killed Pollio and the rapists. Our warriors took care of the rest."
Boudica stared at him in alarm. "The Romans will want revenge."
"First they have to find the bodies," he sighed. "We might even have been able to pretend they never reached here. But the goddess wants vengeance, too."
He looked up at her once more.
"She commanded your warriors to raise the countryside. Already men are beginning to come in."
"I must speak to them."
"Not yet, lady, please. You were healing well." "Much faster than one might expect," he added as if to himself. "But you two need sleep, and there is no need to face the tribe until everyone has arrived."
"The ravens are arriving, too," he said reflectively. "The first ones came as we buried the bodies. I was tempted to let them feast, and more keep flying in. They are so loud, I will never be able to sleep." Torment of mind and body buzzed in her brain. From his pouch he took a little bottle of Roman glass and poured some of its contents into a spoon.
"I will give you tincture of poppy. That will separate you from the pain."
"Where shall we feed? Where shall we feed?" cried the raven. With one part of her mind, Boudica knew its clamor had words because she wandered in poppy dreams. She did not care. She had always wanted to know what the birds were saying in their endless conversations among the trees. "In the wood there's a ripe badger, 3 days old," cried another bird. "In the midden there's burned barley," called a third. "And what shall we eat tomorrow? Tomorrow," the first raven croaked. Boudica knew that her body lay in the great bed, but her spirit was awake with senses it did not normally own. "In the dunes the smiths are forging swords and sharpening spears," answered another. "Soon the lady will give us man-meat to eat," crowed the third. In her present state it seemed to Boudica only right and proper that the ravens should have their food. "Do you think so, my child?" came another voice, honey-sweet, with an undertone of bitter laughter. "That is well, for we have work to do." This was no raven. Boudica tried to open her eyes and found she could not move. "Where are you?" "I am as close to you as your own heartbeat," the other replied. "Who are you?" Boudica whispered, though her lips were still. "I am rage," the voice resounded through her soul. "I am destruction. I am the raven of battle." "You are the Morrigan," Boudica replied. "You avenged my girls." "But who will take vengeance for your people?" the goddess asked, and Boudica could find no answer. Pollio had been right. The peace of Prasutagos was ended. Their only choice now was between slavery and rebellion. The one would be a living death. The other might lead to death, but there would be glory. "If you will give me a form to wear," the goddess said then, "I will give you power." "Will you punish the Romans for all they have done to us?" she asked. The men who had attacked her daughters might be dead, but those who had sent them still ruled. If they were not punished, how many more mothers would weep for the lost innocence of their little girls? "They will wail in terror and call in vain upon their gods. And we will have victory? You are victory, and your name will live." She had had to make this decision before, when she came to Prasutagos as the white mare. Then she had assented with joy. She surrendered now in grief, but from an equal need. "Then I give myself to you as horse to rider," said Boudica. "Use me as you will." "A fractious, willful mare you are," came the response, "but strong. Sleep now, my child, and heal." The laughter that Boudica heard was gentle as she slid down into the dark. Boudica sat in the darkened roundhouse with Argentilla in her arms, watching Regana pace. She would have held her as well, but the girl was strung as tight as a war bow, and flinched from any touch. Argentilla simply trembled, her eyes welling with soundless tears. Boudica bit her lip and hugged the younger girl more tightly. The wounds on her back did not hurt her half as much as her children's pain. Outside the women's house, the voice of the crowd rose and fell like the wind. "I will have to go out and speak to them soon," she said softly. "Will you come with me?" Argentilla shuddered and buried her face against her mother's shoulder. Regana turned, breathing hard. "How can you ask that of us? They are men. They will look at us and they will know." "They will look at you and see their own daughters," replied Boudica. "They will look at me and see their wives. They will feel the shame I felt when I could not protect you, that you felt when you could not help me. And they will want revenge. More than you have already taken." Regana's gaze sharpened. "I saw your face when you pulled that animal off me. But it wasn't you, was it, Mother? It was the Morrigan." Boudica's breath caught. Even to speak that name woke awareness of the presence within. "Will she come again? Will she lead us against Rome?" Regana stopped finally, gazing at her mother with avid eyes. Argentilla stiffened and ceased her weeping. "She will come," Boudica heard her own voice deepen. "She is here." The healing wounds on her back tingled with cool fire as her awareness was pushed gently aside. Soon, came the thought, they will turn into wings. She felt that prickle of otherness flow across her skull and down into her body, stretching and twisting as the goddess mastered it. Just so, she thought with inner amusement, she herself would test a new mount until she was certain it would obey. Boggle, who had been lying across the door, stood suddenly, hackles lifting, dark eyes intent. "Will you come with me?" She stood up, lifting Argentilla easily, and stretched out her hand. As Regana stepped into the shelter of her other arm, Boudica felt only gratitude that the goddess could give her girls comfort where she had failed. "You shall be my attendants, and you," the goddess snapped her fingers and Boggle fawned at her feet, "shall be my hound." Boudica's awareness came and went as they left the women's house and passed through the forecourt. Night had fallen, and torches flickered around the enclosure. Beyond the bank, the lines of tree trunks brooded like a protecting forest, stark against the stars. Before the council hall, men had raised a platform flanked by a line of poles. Boggle growled as they passed the first, and she realized that the dark thing at the top was Pollio's head. His legionaries grinned from other poles beside him. Branganos had not told Boudica that they took the heads before burying them. Perhaps he had not known. Most of them were missing their eyes already. It gave her a grim satisfaction to know that the ravens had gotten their feast after all. As they mounted the platform, the murmuring crowd grew still. Prasutagos had designed the enclosure for just such assemblies, but thank the gods he could never have imagined what its first use would be. In the flickering torchlight, familiar faces appeared and disappeared. Brocagnos and Drostek and old Moriganos. She saw Rhiannon, who had arrived just after the king's funeral, with Branganos. They had been out tending a sick child when the Romans came. Tingetorix, who had fought under Caratak, was standing with Carvilios and Taximagulos. She recognized with some surprise the faces of Segovax and his sons Beric and Taschio. He was one of the richest of the Iceni, and she would have expected him to support the Romans. But she did recall hearing that his wealth was based on Roman subsidies. Catus must have tried to collect on the loans. "Men of the Iceni!" The voice that rang out through the night was Boudica's, but men stiffened, staring as they felt its power. "Sons of Epona, you chose me as your queen, as your priestess before the gods, to guide and guard this land." She had dressed carefully, coiling her red-gold hair high on her head and confining it with golden pins. Gold drops hung from her ears, and from her neck gleamed the great golden torque that Caratak had left in her keeping 10 years before. "I swore to uphold the laws the good King Prasutagos made, and to keep the oaths he swore to the Emperor of Rome. But see how the Romans have betrayed their honor. Many among you have already suffered from their greed. Drostek, they have taken your livestock. Brocagnos and Taximagulos, they have seized your farms. They have taken away the weapons that marked you as men. Goods and gear they have stolen. They have marched our young men away to die far from their homeland. They have sold our women as slaves. But now they progress from greed to blasphemy." She turned and pointed to Regana, who stared defiantly, sheltering her sister in her arms. "They have defiled the daughters of the king, the flower of this land, and they have treated your queen as if she were a slave." Men flinched as they felt the anger in her gaze. "Behold!" She unpinned the great golden brooch that held the cloak and let it fall. She wore a skirt, but no tunic. Boudica would have flinched to bear herself before so many eyes, but Cathubadva displayed her breasts, still high and full even though Boudica was now 34, with pride. She heard the intake of breath from the men below, and then, as she turned to reveal the ruin of her back, a whisper of horror that rushed through the crowd like the sighing of trees before the storm. Boudica felt consciousness receding as the Morrigan turned back to face the tribe. "Too long," she cried, "have the Romans defiled our land. We must cast them forth. Their soldiers we must slay, their cities burn." Shouts echoed her words, but others were objecting that the Romans had defeated them 13 years before, and why would they do better against them now? "If your arms have forgotten the weight of a sword, they can learn once more," she cried. "Your hearts are strong. If the Iceni are not enough to drive the Romans into the sea, we must call on all Britannia." She touched the torque that gleamed from her neck. "This is the torque of King Cunobelin that Caratak took from the body of Togodumnos his brother, and wore when he raised the tribes." "Even for him they would not all come," called Segovax. "Why should they rise for you?" "Because I am the great queen. I am the raven of battle, and I shall lead you." She shook her head, and pins flew like sparks as her hair flamed free. "Because I am victory." "What shall we do? Where shall we go?" came the cries. "This is the clan hold of the hare. Let Andraste's holy animal show us the way." She leaped down from the platform. Men fell back before her as she strode toward the carved gates, falling in behind in a swirling, shouting mob. Batuitos was close behind her, holding a bag where something struggled and squirmed. They passed under the lintel and between the fences that lined the way to the road. She waited for the crowd to pour through the opening behind her, falling silent as they spread out to either side. And when there were sufficient witnesses, she reached into the bag and drew forth the hair which lay limp and trembling in her predator hands. "Fear not, little one," she murmured, stroking the grey pelt. "This is not the night when thou shalt die." The land lay quiet around them, rolling away beyond the rise that held the dune in long swaths of heathland and pasture, dotted with the huddled shapes of trees. She tipped her head, feeling the tension return to the animal's muscles as its fur bristled with energy. "Andraste! Andraste! Sister, I call you! Lady of this land! Show us the way, lady! Lead us to victory!" She cradled the hare against her breast and whispered in its long ear, "Run now and show us our road. Run fast and free." She bent, placed the hare on the ground, and opened her hands. For a moment the little beast crouched, quivering. Then with a mighty leap it sped down the road, southward, toward Colonia. The great cry of the Iceni bore the hare forward on a wave of sound. Men brought up horses, tucking the red-painted war arrows through their belts and grasping torches in their hands. At her word they sped outward, racing like shooting stars through the night, to bear word to the people of every tribe that the Britons were marching to reclaim their native land. Chapter 24. The great queen rides a good grey mare, above her ravens fly. Where she fares the eagles fear, where she goes men die. The mare shook her head and snorted as Boudica reined her in. Behind her streamed an irregular, relentless tide of people and horses and wagons, beginning to slow and eddy now as they moved off the road to set up camp for the night. Boggle, who had trotted at the mare's heels, lay down with a sigh, and the other dogs, footsore with the day's march, settled beside him. The Iceni had started south on the second day after the gathering, and Branganos had started the song to cheer their march. The ravens flew with them, black specks circling above the dust, calling in harsh descant to the clatter of hooves and the rumble of wagon wheels. "Ho, Tingetorix!" she called, as a grizzled warrior on a spotted pony came into view. He walked with a limp got in Caratax wars, but he could still outride most of the younger men. "How many swords did they send us today?" Back at Tutadunan, the smiths were still hard at work beating out new weapons and repairing the old. Every day a rider would catch up to the column and unload a bag or two more. "A dozen." He brought his pony alongside her. "And as many spearheads." "That's a dozen more lads who can stop using sticks to practice with and turn their staffs into spears," she said with satisfaction. Prasutagos was not the only one to have hidden weapons. Some had come to Tutadunan with supplies, and such weapons as had survived the Roman confiscations, but many more had only their bows and slings, or perhaps a hunting spear. The main force was constrained to the pace of the ox-drawn wagons, and there was more than enough time for a horseman to gallop home and retrieve a sword or a shield and helm that his fathers had borne to war, and persuade his neighbors to join him while he was there. "Branganos says my back is healed enough to start sword work," Boudica told him. She had always been strong and active, but she had never needed to develop the specific muscles required to use sword and shield. Even men whose upper bodies had been hardened by years of farm work found themselves aching in unexpected places when they began to train. "Did he now?" said the warrior. "I shall see you then after the evening meal." Boudica laughed. The flex and sway of riding had left her back sore, but could not sour her spirits. "Then you had better summon the chieftains to meet with me now. We must send someone to the city." She heard her voice deepen and closed her eyes for a moment as she felt the dizzy lurch that meant the Morrigan was moving to the fore. "We need to find out if they know we are coming, what defense they have, and whether they have called for aid." By the uneasy flicker in his gaze, she knew that Tingetorix sensed the presence of her inner adviser. He and the other experienced men had been surprised to find her so knowledgeable about the problems of training and supply. With every hour, the partnership between the Iceni Queen and the Great Queen was becoming smoother. When the Morrigan was with her, Boudica did not feel the emptiness Prasutagos had left in her soul.
"Yes, my queen."
He bent his head and put his horse into a canter to do her will. When she turned back to the road, her daughters were there. Like her, in body they had recovered well. Regana was surveying her with a frown. "Is he going to teach you to fight?" she asked abruptly. "I want to learn too. I don't want to be helpless before a man ever again." Boudica started to shake her head, but there was something very unchildlike in Regana's eyes. Among those who had joined the rebellion there were boys who were no older and not much bigger, and who had far less reason to kill Romans than she. "And what about you?" She looked at Argentilla. "Caw says I am too small to do anything but carry more arrows to the archers," she said a little tremulously. "But I will do what I can." The child Tilla had rescued in Colonia had gotten his growth this past year and promised to be a big man. He had become her most devoted protector. "Don't even think about sending us somewhere safer, if there is any such place now," Regana said dangerously. Boudica sighed. That was true enough. If this rebellion failed, there would be no refuge for them anywhere. She looked at her daughters and felt the Morrigan's fury amplifying her love and her pain. "Very well. We will seek our fate together, whatever it may be." They had been on the road for 3 days when a small man in a ragged Roman tunic came limping into camp. Boudica left Regana struggling to hold her sword steady at arm's length for a count of 10, and followed Crispus back to the fire in front of the wagon that carried her gear. A tightly woven woolen cloth had been stretched from the wagon to provide some protection from the thin drizzle, supported in front by spears. Tingetorix was already questioning him when she arrived.
"My lady," he turned to her, "this man brings news both good and bad."
The man's eyes widened as she came into the firelight, and she wondered what he had heard. He made an obeisance. "Great Queen, I was once a freeholder and a notable man among the Trinoantes. Now I am called Tabanus, a debt slave in Colonia. There are many of us. We will help you however we can."
She nodded.
"They've heard we're coming, then?" "Yes, lady, and they are afraid. There have been evil omens. The statue of Victory fell from its pedestal, and in the theater and Senate House evil cries have been heard. Someone had a vision of a devastated city down by the seashore, and the waters turned red."
"Our gods are stronger than those of the Romans because they belong to this land," she said softly.
A slight fuzziness in her awareness told her that the goddess was with her.
She was grateful. Cathubadva would know best what to say now.
Tabanus nodded. "A few hundred men are stationed in the fort at the old dune, and in the city there are men who once served in the legions, but they are old now, and Colonia has no walls. They have sent to the procurator in Londinium, and another messenger has gone to the fort north of Durovigitum."
Boudica nodded.
The Romans had built an outpost to guard the road they were putting through the fens. "No one knows what force the procurator may send them, but Petilius Cerealis has part of the 9th Legion and some cavalry. Is he the sort of commander to sit and wait for orders, or will he set out immediately he gets word?" asked the Queen.
"They say he is a hothead. I think that he will come as soon as he can muster his men."
Boudica could feel the goddess considering. "How many experienced warriors are there among us?" she asked. Though the Morrigan might know all things in her own realm, the part of her being that was acting through Boudica depended on information available to the Queen. "Gather them together, and men who are good hunters as well. Tingetorix, I want you to take our fastest horses and lead them north. Send scouts to learn what road they are taking, and attack them from ambush. This is important. You must not let them catch you in open country. Hit them from cover with javelins and arrows and slings. Shoot from trees."
"I understand."
His sidelong glance noted the slave's wonder at her expertise,
and he smiled beneath his grizzled mustache. "You need not fear any surprises from the 9th Legion, my queen."
"The Romans have built a camp on the heights above the strait," said Ardanos. "Paulinus has brought men from 2 legions. They will take another day to rest, or maybe 2, and then they will embark. I have sent runners to every farmstead. Every man who can carry a weapon will be here soon." "But it would be far better if the soldiers never reached our shore," observed Helva. Someone stifled nervous laughter. "We do not have the powers of the masters from the drowned lands who could use sound to move great stones. But here are 30 trained singers. We will raise a barrier of sound against the enemy. Go now, and rest while you can." As the meeting dispersed, Lhiannon found her steps lagging. Would the thatch above the meeting hall soon be blazing? Or would this place become a healer's shelter where she worked to bind up wounded men? She looked around her with a sigh. The first vision was far more likely. If the Romans managed to cross the strait, she did not think the refugee army the Druids had put together would be able to stand. What use was the rite they had performed at the Lake of Little Stones? The power had been raised and sent eastward, but at most it had only delayed the enemy. Would their singing do more? She sought to seek her bed as Helva had commanded, but tension sparked along each nerve. There would be no rest in the house of priestesses, where she would have to barrier her mind against Coventa's nightmares and old Aelin's weeping. Her frown relaxed as she realized that her spirit had already set her on the path to the sacred grove. A soft wind was whispering through the leaves of the oak trees. Even in her moments of greatest anguish, Lhiannon had always found peace here. "Holy goddess, the melody sang in her memory, though it was only afternoon. She closed her eyes, opening her awareness to the spirit of the grove. But it was another spirit, more familiar but infinitely less peaceful, that she found. She blinked and saw a man in a white robe sitting beside the altar stone. She hesitated, fighting an impulse to flee, but he was holding out his hand. When she first saw him in the robes of the arch-druid, he had looked like a stranger. Now, for the first time since she had known him, he looked old. "Once more we sit together on the eve of battle," he murmured. "And once more I desire only to know that you are near." That was just as well, she thought tartly, for if he had asked her to lie with him now, she would have slapped him. If in him the fires still burned, he had learned to keep them banked. And as for herself, the armor she had grown around her heart could not be taken off in one afternoon. "What do you think will happen when they come?" she asked. "It will be our magic against the spirit of Rome," Ardanos said thoughtfully. "I keep thinking about the stories Branganos told of Vercingetorix, who could not defeat Caesar, though he had all the Druids of Gallia to help him." "And you are afraid that the will of this commander may bind his men into an entity that can resist the Druids of Britannia?" "It is possible. And if they make a landing, I fear our warriors will not be able to hold them. Lhiannon, if that happens, you must save yourself. You said that becoming Archdruid changed me, and it is true. I have to plan for defeat as well as for victory. Coventa has had visions of a house of priestesses on the mainland within a sacred grove with you as their leader. But for that, you must survive." Lhiannon shivered, though the wind had ceased. Golden rays of late afternoon sunlight shimmered through the trees. Marion saw something of the sort when she lay dying. The old high priestess had seen Mona drenched in blood as well. But I hardly dare to believe in this prophecy, since all the others have served us so ill. "Perhaps." He took her hand. "But, Lhiannon, it is the only hope we have." "And what about you?" She turned to face him. "Will you flee as well?" "While our priests stand, Helva and I are bound to stand with them," he said with a sigh.
Just now, my dear, my own survival does not seem very likely. But I can face my own end with more peace, knowing you are free."
"And how will I face life knowing you are gone?" she wondered. Suddenly the shield around her heart did not seem so impervious. From a tree in the grove a raven called, and from somewhere across the fields its mate replied. Ravens perched on the gate to the palisaded fortlet that the Romans had built up against the dike that had once defended Camulodunum. It was open, its garrison fled. It had been only 5 days, thought Boudica, since they had marched out of Tutidunum. Now she watched her haphazard army streaming down the road past the Roman dike that had once sheltered the Emperor's encampment, and making camp in the remains of Cunobellin's dune. Tents and wagons covered the land halfway around the city, whose red roofs glowed from the hilltop 2 miles away. She recognized Tabanus pushing through the crowd and signaled to Aoc to let him approach her. "I am glad to see you safe." She had been surprised when the Trinoanti slave had volunteered to go back to Colonia, and found it amazing that he had been able to leave once more. The man shrugged. "My master is running about like a chicken destined for the pot, and for certain no one else is paying attention. Some of the veterans wanted to blockade the main roads, but we started a rumor that this would encourage you to attack the houses on the side streets, and their neighbors stopped them." "How many have left the city?" asked Morriganos, joining them. Tabanus shrugged. "A few. The others fear they will be picked off more easily if they leave." "What are they thinking?" asked Boudica, sitting down on a bag of grain. "Without walls, they must know they cannot resist us." "Their leaders were in the legions," the goddess spoke within. "They think that no barbarian can defeat Rome. They believe that their brother soldiers will rescue them." "And will they?" "Listen! What do the ravens say?" Boudica smiled, remembering how she had heard them during her poppy dream. One was calling now from the fort, and from somewhere overhead another answered. As she looked up, it flew over her right shoulder, and she saw a few white feathers in its wing. "The ravens say that someone brings us good news," she said aloud. And in the next moment they all heard the stuttering hoof-beats of a horse fast-ridden coming down the road. Aoc gave her one of those uneasy looks that had become the common response to her pronouncements, then turned to watch with the rest as the rider appeared. A wave of cheering followed him. "We smashed them!" The messenger slid off his horse, still talking. "We did what you said, my lady, and got most of the men on foot. The commander skittered off with his cavalry, didn't stop till they reached their outpost, and doesn't dare stick his nose outside his walls. Tingetorix and the rest are on their way back, but he wanted you to know right away. Attack Colonia whenever you please, my queen. There's no one to stop you now." Boudica nodded as the murmur of angry anticipation that spread through the camp found an echo within. As they neared Colonia, ragged men of the Trinoantes had begun to join them, with no arms but their shovels and hoes. They had suffered far more than the Iceni, and far longer, and their eyes burned with a fanatical fire. Secure in her own country, Boudica had not understood the extent to which the Romans had forced the Trinoantes to pay for their own subjugation. Pallio is dead, but the men who sent him, the men who raped my people, are still in the town. They too must die. More men and more weapons arrived every day. Now men of substance were coming in, bringing supplies and workers in wood and leather and iron, as well as more food. It would take a day or two more to organize them, but any Roman who changed his mind about fleeing Colonia would not get far now. "The great queen's army fills the plain. She leads them to the war, 100,000 in her train, and every day brings more." She gazed up at the city with narrowed eyes. "Count our campfires, Romans. Listen to our songs. We won't keep you waiting long." "What are they waiting for?" murmured Coventa. Lhiannon squinted across the water as the afternoon sun glanced off Roman helmets. Through dry lips she murmured, "It must take a lot of time to organize so many men."
There were certainly a lot of them. The shelving ground on the other side of the strait shimmered with points of reflected light. The first files had been sighted just after dawn, and by noon the Britons had formed up to meet them where the meadows sloped down to the mud sands, a bare half-mile across the water. Veterans from the Durotrigae and Siluri wars waited with men from all over Mona, and in front of them the Druids, the white robes of the priests mixed with the priestesses' dark blue. Now and again someone would peer toward the point where they had stationed a lad with good eyes. Even so, the sound of his horn was a shock after waiting so long. Lhiannon gave herself a mental shake. Eventually all things, good or evil, ended. Had she thought they would sit here like some army out of legend until they all turned to stone? Now she could make out movement at the far edge of the water. Ardanos was moving down the line of Druids. If there had been clouds, they might have tried to raise a storm against the Romans, but for a week now Mona had enjoyed blue skies. Lhiannon sipped from her water flask, holding the liquid in her mouth before swallowing. Ardanos stood with closed eyes, staff outstretched toward the invisible barrier. Against one man or a few it would hold, but not against the massed will of thousands. Dark shapes moved on the water as the Romans' landing craft began to pull out from shore. The Archdruid turned. "Sweetly now, my dear ones," he murmured. "Sing now as the children of Lyre sing beneath the waves, and raise the wall of sound." And softly, as he had commanded, the first vibrations rolled from 30 throats. Breathing slowly and easily, Lhiannon let the sound flow, and as the rhythm was established, began to shape it with words and will. It was an ancient spell, so old the words' precise meanings were unclear. Only the sense behind them remained. From voice to water the vibration was passed. Water shivering, shimmering, particles shifting, lifting as they reached the barrier to rise in a sorcerous mist that curled and curdled across the water in shapes of terror. Lost in sound, Lhiannon sensed the Roman ships lose way and drift helpless on the tide. She noted without comprehension the sun's slow slide toward the west, but beyond the barrier the Druids were raising, she could feel the pulsing pressure of another will. As the day faded, the Druids' strength lessened, and that opposition grew stronger. Lhiannon tried to sing louder, as first one, then another voice stilled. It was almost dark now. One by one, the remaining Druids fell silent. With a low cry, Coventa collapsed against her. Lhiannon's breath caught, and abruptly her own voice stopped. A moment later, the last male voices cut off. She blinked and saw one of the warriors catch Ardanos as he swayed. Red light flared as someone got the piled logs aflame. The glow showed her the slumped forms of the Druids and the warriors with drawn swords behind them. Wavelets caught the light in red glints as if blood already flowed. She heard a drumbeat. Through the thinning mist, the prows of the Roman boats were beginning to emerge. Druid staggered toward the shelter of the trees. Lhiannon gulped water and got her arm around Coventa. She was weary to her marrow, but that did not matter now. "Coventa, get up, girl. Remember your training. Breathe." Was she speaking to Coventa or to herself? She handed her water flask to the other woman and took up 2 of the torches from the heap by the fire, handed them off to Bellina and Brenna, and got more. Of the dozen priestesses, only 9 remained standing. They would have to be enough. The Romans fear our priestesses. Let them see us and be afraid. She plunged her torches into the fire and held them high. Helva bared her teeth in a smile, and together they led the others forward to stand in front of the warriors in a widely spaced line. The drumbeat faltered as the men in the first boats caught sight of the dark-robed priestesses, but the pressure of the multitudes behind pushed them forward. Lhiannon could see faces now within the gleaming helms.
Behind the priestesses, Ardanos had gotten the remaining Druids together, and in a hoarse voice was calling down curses upon the enemy. Her own throat was raw, but she no longer needed to sing, only to scream. As the first prows grounded on the mudflats, the priestesses rushed forward, ululating like the furies the Romans feared. The first Romans who jumped out of the boats recoiled, shouting as they sank into the mud. But some canny commander had anticipated the problem, and in another moment they were slapping boards on the soft ground. The next men off faced the flurry of Celtic javelins with braced feet and raised shields. In close ranks they began to move forward, and as others pressed in behind them, the boats in which they had come pushed off and started back across the strait for more. As the first legionaries reached solid ground, the Britons rushed forward to meet them. "Lhiannon! Helve! Flee!" Ardanos's voice rose above the din. "Now it is work for swords!" Lhiannon cast her flaming torches at the nearest foes and ran. The stink of burning buildings lay heavy on the air. Boudica had smelled it once or twice before when the thatching of a roundhouse caught fire, a heavy, acrid smell quite unlike the scent of clean logs. She had ordered the attack at dawn, when the townsfolk, tired of waiting for the Britons to make their move, should be less alert. But they might as well have slept in. There had been little resistance. She stood now in the atrium of the big building that had housed the city offices and the governor when he was in town. Afternoon light showed her a mass of broken tile, blackened plaster, and smoking beams. The bodies of the servants who had been left to defend them lay among the ruins. Fragments of scorched parchment fluttered in the wind. But the garden where the governor's wife had entertained her was untouched, and the goddess on her plinth still watched with a secret smile. A warrior put a rope around the statue to pull it down, and she waved him away. "As one goddess to another, I thank you," said the voice within. Taschio picked his way through the debris, making an obeisance as he saw her there. "Lady, Bituitos says to come." Smoke rose now all over the city. Boudica hoped that the men were remembering to search the buildings for weapons and foodstuffs before setting them afire. They needed no encouragement to pick up any ornaments or jewelry that they found. The streets were littered with abandoned boxes and debris from the burning, with the occasional body, some not quite dead. She felt little sympathy. As they marched south, she had heard 100 tales of Roman injustice and brutality to rival her own. This was a city of over 2,000. The only surprise was that there were not more bodies on the ground. Of course, Celtic slaves and servants had been fleeing ever since the Iceni showed up on their doorstep. Many of them had joined the horde. But the Romans and foreign slaves should have been here. She wondered where they had gone. A pack of grim-faced Trinovantes trotted by. As they passed a building that was still whole, a man in a Roman tunic appeared in the doorway with 2 scared slaves brandishing clubs behind him. He had a sword, while the Trinovantes were armed only with hoes and pitchforks, but fear was no match for fury. With a feral cry, the Britons were on him, and in moments Romans and slaves alike went down. She could see the attackers' arms rising and falling long after the cries had ceased. When they stopped at last, the Trinovanti leader had a sword. Laughing, the men entered the house, and a few moments later a woman screamed. Boudica suppressed a shudder, but she knew better than to try and stop them. Did she even wish to? Romans had raped her daughters. Let their women suffer now. As she turned away, a flicker of movement in the doorway caught her eye. She shouted, lifting her shield as 6 armed men burst into the road between her and her escort. "Ho, a gladiatrix!" called one, leaping toward her as the other 2 turned to engage Taschio and the other men. That was what the Roman soldier had called Regana. A surge of fury rent away Boudica's awareness, and the Morrigan flowed in, drawing her sword in one smooth sweep that knocked the man's blade from his hand. The laughter hardly had time to change to fear before the sword whirled around and back across and took off his head. As she leaped forward to fall upon the others, the sound that burst from her throat was halfway between a shout of rage and a raven's cry. She took one man with a thrust through the back, and used her shield to shove another onto Taschio's blade. By this time his companions had brought the others down. They stood, breathing hard, listening to distant shouts and a moan as the last of their assailants died. Slowly, as if she were rising up through deep water, Boudica came to herself. Her arm trembled like a bowstring after the arrow has gone. Her blade dripped red. "Thank you," she thought numbly, bending to wipe off the blood on the tunic of one of the men she had killed, and felt the approval of the goddess within. Taschio and the others were staring at her with wide eyes. She did not feel like explaining that the week of training had strengthened her muscles, but it was the goddess who had used them. "Good work," she said steadily. "Now, let us be moving on." They dodged as burning debris from another house showered down, and came out into a crossroads. Men had got ropes around the great bronze statue of the Emperor Claudius on a horse that stood there. Having met the Emperor, Boudica doubted that he had ever ridden such a horse in his life, certainly not in full parade armor. Everything about this image but the protruding ears was another Roman lie. She smiled in grim satisfaction as men began to heave on the lines. The piece was solidly built, but no match for their rage, especially after they found a smith to knock free the bolts that held it to the pedestal. Boudica jumped back as the thing crashed down. Screeching triumphantly, someone swung an axe, and in another moment they had gotten the severed head on a pole, still surveying the scene with a gentle frown. As they admired it, Taschio came around a corner, saw her, and grinned. "We've found them!" he cried. "The soldiers and the rest of the people have holed up in the temple of Claudius. It's going to take a while to winkle them out. The thing is made of stone." "Secure the rest of the city," she answered him. "Let them sit there and stew for another day, hoping the legions will come to save them, and imagining what will happen if no one does," she said, baring her teeth in a smile. Chapter 25. Listeru was burning. Flames billowed skyward, filling the sky with lurid light as if the fires had consumed the stars. Below, sparks moved across the meadows as legionaries with torches scoured the land. Their commander had sent several detachments out to form a perimeter and work inward, driving fugitives before them as men might drive game. Lhiannon lay in a hollow beneath a thorn hedge where a badger's burrow had fallen in. From time to time she heard cries and knew another fugitive had been found. Sometimes it was a woman, and then the screams continued. As long as night lasted, her dark robes would hide her. It would be another matter when the sun rose. It was all very well for Ardanos to tell her to save herself, she thought grimly. If he had wanted her to stay safe, he would not have allowed her to stay at all. But there might be no safety for a Druid priestess anywhere on Mona. The Romans went about their work in an appallingly methodical way. When they had finished scouring the area around Listeru, no doubt they would search the island. By now they must know what it meant when a woman bore a blue crescent on her brow. The tattoo would mark her as a priestess even if she got rid of the blue robe. "Sweet goddess, watch over Kylene," she prayed. "If I cannot return to Eriu to claim her, keep her safe, keep her free." She would have thrown herself back into the fray and sought a quick ending if it had not been for the child. She had seen Cunitor struck down as she fled the shore, and glimpsed Brenna being dragged away. It seemed unlikely that Ardanos could have survived. So many men and women she had known were dead, and if she had not liked them all, they still compelled her loyalty. But it would be time enough to feel guilt for having survived them if she lived to see another dawn. She heard the tramp of hobnailed sandals and a mutter of Latin and grew even more still. "I am night, I am shadow," she thought, slowing her breathing, fighting to quiet her soul. "You see nothing here. Move on." She heard 2 sets of footsteps, and a regular whisper and thump she could not identify. Closer they came. Through the grass stems she glimpsed a metallic gleam, and knew it for a spear point an instant before it stabbed past her head. Even Druid training could not prevent a gasp. One of the Romans swore and turned, and in the next moment a hare burst from the hedge and leaped across the grass. The other man laughed, and the pair moved on. "Holy Andraste," thought Lhiannon, remembering the goddess and totem of Boudica's clan. "If I survive this, I owe you an offering." It was a long time before she dared to move again. When she raised her head at last, the fires of Lisderu were burning low, but a little to the east new flames were rising. With a sinking heart she realized that they had set fire to the sacred grove. For some reason the sight of the burning trees pierced her heart with a pain she had not yet allowed herself to feel for her fellow men. Weeping silently, she watched the flames and waited for the dawn. The embers of Colonia were smoldering. From time to time a charred roof beam would fall in, or a last bit of wicker fencing would burst into flame. It had taken nearly 20 years to turn this Trinoanti hilltop into a crude imitation of Rome. The Britons had destroyed it in 2 days. Colonia Victricensis was victorious no more, except for this final symbol of imperialism, this ultimate hubris, the temple of the deified Claudius, that stood surrounded by devastation, stone columns glowing as men held their torches high. Boudica felt a flicker of amusement from the goddess within as she reflected that she was the last person to deny that a human could be a vehicle for divinity, or even that each human soul held some spark of the divine. But it was the god that ought to be worshipped, not the man. Even the ancestors at whose barrows her people left offerings took time to grow into their godhead. Let the Romans pay their honors to the deified Claudius at his own tomb, and build him a temple there if their prayers were answered. To worship him here was an insult and a blasphemy. The building was unscathed, except for the scars on the bronze doors where the battering ram had failed. In a detached way, Boudica could appreciate the elegance of its proportions. She supposed that Prasutagos would have wept at the thought of destroying it. One more thing she would be glad he was not here to see. She herself had no such compunctions. The only way to get to the meat of an egg was to crack the shell, and this shell still sheltered half the population of Colonia, men, women, children, the soldiers from the fort, and the paltry 200 the procurator had sent them from Londinium.
"There's no way to burn it from the outside, see?" said a gnarled little man with a missing front tooth who had been forced to help build the temple. Boudica turned to look at him, vaguely aware that he had been talking to her for some time. "Outside's all faced with stone, aye? And bronze all over the doors. But the roof, now." He glowered upward. "Over the roof beams there's just tiles. I should know, lady. Half broke my back helping to put them there. Tear those loose, and you've fine, stout wooden beams to burn. We can smoke 'em out, just like putting fire down a badger's hole. They'll open the doors themselves and come out when it's a choice between facing us and not breathing."
The men around them were nodding. Boudica sensed anticipation from Cathubadva. A raven called, settling atop the bronze eagle attached to the peak of the temple's roof, as if to show them the way.
"I hear you," she murmured, then turned to the men around her. "Yes, do it now!"
As men dragged out the ladders they had been building and swarmed up the side of the building, she told herself there was no work of man that other men with sufficient motivation could not destroy. Tiles clinked as men hammered to loosen them and then began to pitch them down, nibbling at the expanse of terracotta until the roof began to look like a moth-eaten wool cloak. Soon she saw the long beams laid bare. Shouts echoed from within as some of the men began to shoot through the openings. But now men were hauling up jars of olive oil and pouring it over the wood, hammering stakes smeared with pitch and flax into the beams and setting them alight. They dropped the remaining jars through holes and followed them with flaming arrows as a promise of what was to come. The attackers scuttled down the ladders as tendrils of white smoke changed to black, followed by tongues of flame. "Burn, Claudius," whispered Boudica, "for surely your own people never made you such a noble pyre, or gave you so many offerings." This was a midsummer bonfire such as Britannia had never seen. Above the mutter of the flames she could hear screaming. "Not long now," said one of the men. Inside it would be getting hot and dangerous as flaming fragments of roof began to shower down. Black smoke billowed through the roof, but as much again must be swirling inside as fire worked its way along the undersides of beams. Those who died from lack of air would be the lucky ones. A shout brought her attention back to the front of the temple. The bronze doors were opening. "At last!" exclaimed Boudica, striding forward. "They will come out to die like men!" Soldiers appeared in the doorway, each man's shield protecting half his body and the sword arm of his neighbor. Their blades flickered in and out like an adder's tongue. For a few moments they held off the attackers, but the pressure of people behind them was pushing them forward. Now she could see space behind them, and in the next moment the Britons had flowed around to attack them from in back, and by sheer weight bore them down. Others tore into the massed bodies behind them. Some tried to retreat, trampling those behind them, only to be thrust out again. "Pull back!" cried someone. "We can't kill them unless we give them room!" Clouds blazed in the light of the setting sun as if the heavens too were aflame. Even at the edge of the square, Boudica could feel the heat as the flames rose higher. The attackers began to edge away, leaving a tangle of bodies behind. The blood that covered the temple steps glowed an even more vivid crimson in the light of the fire. A few more Romans emerged from the doorway. For a moment a woman with a child in her arms stood silhouetted against the flames, then turned back again. After that no more appeared. Boudica fought to clear her mind of the image. They were Romans. They deserved to die. The shifting wind brought her the reek of the smoke and the choking scent of burnt flesh. She pulled her cloak across her face to filter it, and for one horrible moment she was back at Dungaro, watching Prasutagus burn on his pyre. The men and women inside the temple were wives and husbands. They were Romans. Anguish seized her, but in the commotion no one heard her moan. A cheering crowd surrounded her. She could not run away. "Help me," she whispered, but even Aeac, who stood beside her, could not hear. Only the goddess, rising like a dark tide within her, recognized her agony, and shared it, and absorbed it, drawing a soft veil between Boudica and the world. As one who watches from a far distance, she saw slabs of stone crack and pop outward from the walls, leaving a skeleton of burning uprights within. And then even that was gone, and she was in a golden country, watching Prasutagus building a wall. In Colonia, Catubadva watched the temple of Claudius burn. Now only the building's facade was still standing. Men began to cheer as it wavered. For another moment the eagle on the roof tree showed stark against the flames. Then a gout of smoke swirled around it, and it fell. Celtic horns blared in triumph, but their music was overwhelmed by the shouts of the crowd. Standing in the midst of them, the goddess wept Boudica's tears. Lhiannon woke with a start. She still lay beneath the thorn hedge. Heart pounding, she tried to identify what new danger had startled her. It was day, but the sun had not yet lifted above the mountains on the mainland. From the direction of Lys-Deru she heard shouting, and then the harsh music of a Roman trumpet. Again and again it blew. Wincing as the movement woke a host of pains, she peered through the leaves. Black smoke still drifted from Lys-Deru and the sacred grove. On the students' playing field legionaries were gathering, more and more of them as the trumpets continued to call. Lhiannon shrank back into her hole as a pair of soldiers jingled by at a swift march, perhaps the same two who had nearly found her the night before. They were not hunting now. From the sound of their muttering they were as puzzled as she. There was a disturbing beauty in the speed with which the confusion of men settled into orderly ranks. You would never see Britons bracing to attention like so many images as an officer came by. As she watched, men continued to arrive. They must be pulling in the perimeter guards as well. But why? Surely they would want to do another sweep for fugitives in the light of day. Lhiannon watched throughout the morning, but no more soldiers came near. A little before noon the trumpets blew once more, and still in their precise formations the Romans marched back to the shore. As the last of them disappeared, Lhiannon began to weep, releasing all the tears that through that long and terrible night she had locked within. And when she was done, she wriggled out of her refuge and started across the fields toward what remained of the Druid's sanctuary. The reek of charred thatch lay heavy on the air. Lhiannon tied her veil across her face, but it did little good. As she got closer, she could smell a sickening hint of burned flesh and the iron tang of blood. The timbers of the gatepost lay charred, but before they burned, someone had hacked at the swirling sigils that had given them magic. The devastation beyond made a mockery of the bright day. "Sweet goddess, have mercy," she thought numbly. "Am I the only one who has survived?" She stiffened as something moved, but it was only a raven lifting from the corpse of one of the community's dogs with a flick of black wings. As she let out her breath, something stirred in what she had taken for a pile of rags. It was Boudica. Slowly the older priestess focused on Lhiannon, and humanity came back into her eyes. There was a bruise on her cheek and the livid marks of fingers on her arms. "Lhiannon, you are alive!" Her lips twisted in what was intended to be a smile. "How is it with you?" Lhiannon knelt at her side. "No worse than one might expect, save for a knock on the head." Boudica winced as Lhiannon helped her to stand. "Help me to wash their filth away. Thank the goddess I was no virgin." "And what of those who had been?" wondered Lhiannon. Was a quick death the best fate she could hope for them? A dead cow lay half in and half out of the stream, but the water above it ran cold and clear. Both women felt better when they had washed and drunk. Lhiannon was even beginning to wonder if any food had been left unfouled. They returned to the houses and began the grim work of identifying the dead. Some of the older Druids had chosen to burn in the houses. Ailinn had died beside the hut where she kept her herbs. Mondua seemed to have found a knife and killed herself after the Romans were done. And astonishingly, some were still alive. Lhiannon was binding up a long gash in the leg of one of the younger Druids when a new sound brought her around. The blood left her head as she looked up and saw Ardanos leaning on Bendigeid's arm. Or perhaps it was his spirit, for she had never seen such grief in the eyes of a living man. He had bruises and scrapes, but otherwise seemed unharmed. His lips opened, but no words came. "Sit down, my lord," said Bendigeid gently, leading him to a bench that had somehow escaped destruction. "You see, you are not the only one to survive." His bleak gaze met the women's stares. "And it is a wonder he did," he said. "He would have thrown himself on the Roman swords. I hauled him away from the fighting. We spent most of last night in the water. He was cursing me, but I made him live. We will need him to lead us when we fight again." "No," Ardanos whispered. "Never again. We cannot fight Rome." "When you are recovered, sir, you'll feel differently," Bendigeid replied. But Ardanos continued to shake his head. "The soldiers are all gone?" asked Lhiannon. "I saw them forming up and marching away." Bendigeid nodded. "Just past dawn, another boat crossed the strait with a courier clinging to the rail. He went herring up the road as soon as it touched sand, and soon after we heard the trumpets. They are gone, though the goddess knows why." "Something has happened," said Boudica in a still voice. "Our magic worked, only not in time."
"In time for us to save something," said Lhiannon as briskly as she could. "They would have found the rest of us by the end of the day." "Where are the others?" Bendigeid's face grew grim as he saw the row of bodies. "Where is the High Priestess?" "The Roman scum took no prisoners with them." "They cannot all have died." They found Coventa behind a screen of willow branches at a bend in the stream where the girls had made a shrine to Brigantia. She was naked, curled against the altar, shivering. At the sight of the blood on those white limbs, Lhiannon put out a hand to stop Bendigeid. "Go back and find something to cover her." Softly she knelt at Coventa's side. "It is all right, my dear one. You are safe. We are here." Coventa's eyes opened, and somehow she managed to smile. Bellina held the water flask to her lips. She drank eagerly, then lay back with a sigh. "Why did they do it?" she whispered. "I never wanted a lover, but I saw how eagerly women went to the Beltane fires. I thought that when men and women came together, there was joy. This was like being attacked by animals." "Coventa, that's what they were." "When they hurt my body, I willed myself not to feel, but I couldn't close my mind to their rage and their fear. And all the time they were shouting. 'Animals don't curse, Lhiannon,' she exclaimed. 'It is not true what they say about the ability to see visions depending on virginity,' she went on. 'Since then I cannot stop seeing images, but they are all evil. Blood and a burning city, bodies everywhere.'" Lhiannon winced. Was this why they said the oracle must be virgin? Not because of the intimacy of the body, but because for an adept, intercourse must also bring intimacy of the mind. "Those images were in the minds of the men who raped you," said Bellina. "Let them go." "They couldn't be," Coventa shook her head. "The men I saw were of our people, and Boudica was with them, waving a bloody sword." "Desire shapes her dreams," murmured Bellina. "Boudica protected her when they were young, so she summons her image again." Lhiannon was not so sure, but she could do nothing for Boudica, and there were those who needed her help desperately, here and now. "It was Boudica, but it was not," Coventa babbled on. "I saw the shape of a great raven rising up behind her, with blood on its beak and claws." The Lady of Ravens stalked through the ruins of Colonia, directing the storage of looted supplies, the distribution of captured arms, the assignment of camping space to the men who continued to arrive. Queen, icon, no one questioned her right to lead them, though Boudica's household had begun suggesting she take time to eat and sleep as the night passed and the next day drew on. It was nearly sunset when Branganos came to her, Rihanna at his side. Behind them, Regana and Argentilla watched warily. "My lady, how is it with you?" the elder Druid said carefully. It was clear that he knew whom he was speaking to. Why did he not say what he meant? "I am very well. How could I be otherwise after such a feast?" she laughed. "Or did you mean to ask after my horse?" Some of the others looked at them in confusion, as the Queen had been on foot all day, but Branganos answered, "Yes, my lady, as you know full well, and you are too good a horsewoman to ride a willing mount to exhaustion." "I suppose that is true." She sent awareness inward, noting sore feet and an aching back. They had kept her supplied with beer, but what the ravens ate put nothing in Boudica's belly. A glance around the camp showed things in as good an order as it was possible for these people to achieve. She could see that in another moment he was going to pass from request to command, and with the body so tired she might not be able to retain control. "Would you like me to leave her now?" she grinned. "Please, lady, come back to your tent." Branganos cast a wary glance at the interested faces around him.
Perhaps he had a point. Amusing as it might be to drop her mount right here, it was probably best to let the Britons believe that it was Boudica who was leading them. "Mother, we need you too," Argentilla said then. And at the sound of that voice, Boudica began to wake within. "Yes, it is time." The goddess leaned on the older Druid and allowed the younger to take her other arm, withdrawing a little more with each step, so that by the time they reached Boudica's camp, the Druids were supporting her. "Is this what you desired?" She laughed softly. Then her eyes closed, and she was gone. When they had gotten Coventa back to the shelter of the council hall and she was sleeping peacefully, they left Bellina to watch her and went out again to look for Helva. They found the high priestess at the sacred grove. The outer ring of trees had burned, but in the center the trunks of the great oaks were only scorched and their leaves baked brown. Helva sat with her back against the altar stone, a Roman javelin lodged in her side. She still wore the torque and arm rings of her office. Dark blood soaked the blue robes. "They were afraid to touch her," Bendigeid said softly. "She made her stand here, and I'll warrant she cursed them. That's why her body was not defiled." He stepped back, fingers flickering in a sign of warding as the dark draperies stirred. But Lhiannon stiffened, pointing. "Look, that blood is still red. She is alive." Bendigeid went to her side, calling her name, but there was no response. Ardano straightened, with an effort putting on the authority of the Archdruid once more. He knelt at Helva's side. "Helva, I call you. From the place where your spirit wanders, I call you back. Open your eyes, my lady, and answer me." A quiver ran through the still form as the priestess opened her eyes. New blood welled from the wound. Slowly her gaze fixed on Ardanos. "My lord!" It was only a breath of sound, but she winced as if even that much movement caused her pain. "Knew you would come." Even now, thought Lhiannon, Helva's voice held not gratitude, but pride. "Helva, you are wounded. We must remove this blade." The priestess raised one eyebrow. "Dying," she corrected. "Let me speak, then pull the spear." She fell silent, breathing carefully. "I gave Nodonna the kiss of blessing. She shall be high priestess." She plucked at the torque. "Until Lhiannon comes back from Erihu." She drew a shuddering breath, and her eyes closed. "Helva, I am here." Lhiannon took the woman's cold hand. "She thinks I hate her." The pale lips twisted. "She was too good. I was afraid." "No, I understood," Lhiannon said, trying to stop herself from babbling. "You did well." This was wrong. A high priestess should pass with all her women around her. Save for Bellina, not one of them was in any condition to come to the sacred grove, even Nodonna, who was still hysterical, though, aside from rape, her body seemed to have taken little harm. "I saved the sacred stone." Did Helva even realize that Lhiannon was there? Behind them, Bendigeid had begun to murmur the chant that eased the passage of an adept to the other world. Helva's eyes opened, and with an effort she focused on Ardanos. "My lord, I am ready. Pull out the damned spear." Ardanos was shivering, but when he sang, his voice was firm. "You are not this pain, you are not this body. From all oaths that bound you, be free. You are light, you are joy that cannot die. Rise, Holy One, on the wings of the morning. Speed westward until you come to the Isles of the Blessed. There you shall rest until it is time to take a body once more. It is the Archdruid of Britannia who releases you. Be at peace, Helva.
You have leave to go."
Helva's eyes were closed. Ardanos's face had gone white, but his hand was steady as he grasped the shaft of the javelin just behind the head and slowly eased it from the wound. A gush of bright blood followed. Helva's body jerked, struggling, then went slack. For a moment Lhiannon seemed to see a mist of brightness above the still form, but perhaps it was a haze of sunlight passing through the trees. Then it was gone.
"I should be lying beside her," Ardanos breathed. "What use was all our wisdom and our magic? Listeru is gone. We failed."
And then, at last, he began to weep. Of Colonia, only rubble and a few wisps of smoke remained where some stubborn flame still burned. Most of the inhabitants were ashes, but a few had been nailed to the charred beams of their houses as a warning, and at the little fort heads now adorned the gateposts. For 4 days the Britons had been celebrating their victory, as drunk on the Roman blood they had spilled as they were on Roman wine. Boudica sat before her tent in a Roman curule chair set with ivory and gold, listening to the chieftains who lounged on a variety of seats around her fire. It was a surprisingly comfortable chair, a good thing considering how many of her muscles were still sore. "The City of Victory, they called it," exclaimed Segovax. "It's the City of Victims now." "This is the oldest Roman settlement in Britannia," said King Corio. "Well, it was," he said, grinning. The Dobuni lord had arrived while she was sleeping, along with several chieftains from the Catavalani lands. "The others won't stand a chance." "If all the people rise in rebellion," said Boudica, "no conqueror can hold a land. But all of us must attack the Romans, and we must take the forts as well as the towns." When Boudica had awakened after a night and part of the following day, she had found 6 chieftains from the Cantiaci and Catavalani waiting. They listened with a respect that surprised her. Whatever the goddess had been doing during the day after the temple of Claudius had burned had apparently done her reputation no harm. She signaled to Regana to carry the wine pitcher around, suppressing an impulse to ask for beer instead. Her head still had that feeling of having been swept clean, like the shore after high tide. The pressure she had felt from the goddess was almost gone, but Boudica had the feeling that certain things like beer or blood would bring her back again. That day of absence had frightened her daughters. She must not give in to the temptation to lose herself in the goddess without need. At least, Cathubodva seemed to have left some of her wisdom behind. "We have enough war arrows to send to all the tribes, and those have been reddened in Roman blood. We need 4 more hosts the size of this one to pin down the legions, to convince the Romans that Britannia is a pit into which they may cast their gold and their men for a century, and still it will not be filled."
"An offering pit," murmured Branganos. "A gift for the gods."
At the words, Boudica felt a flutter of raven wings within. She is still hungry. At the thought, the scent of carrion grew stronger, carried on the wind. When the wind blew through the sacred grove, one could smell the burning, though 4 days had now passed. But the scent of burned wood was clean compared to the reek that still hung over what had been Listeru. Of the Druids who had remained at the sanctuary, barely half had survived to chant the funeral hymn while the others burned. Of those, some might recover in body, thought Lhiannon as she watched Coventa gaze vaguely at the play of light in the leaves. She was less sure about their minds.
"Listeru is no more," said Ardanos. "The magic is departed."
He had made sure of it, ordering them to pull down the remains of the buildings to fuel the funeral pyre.
"We will leave nothing for the Romans to triumph over when they return, as they surely will."
He blinked twice, a facial twitch that had appeared the day after the attack. Despite the energy with which Ardanos had supervised the demolition and funeral, Lhiannon wondered if he ought to be counted among the wounded as well.
"And where do you wish us to go?" she asked gently.
She looked around the circle. The day after the Romans departed, some of their neighbors had appeared bringing supplies, so at least they were clothed and fed, though it was strange to see Druids in the natural colors of wool and flax instead of white and dark blue.
"For a time we must disperse. We come from many tribes. We must seek those of our order who remain in the clan holds to arrange for shelter in remote farmsteads where those who are injured can heal."
"And our priestesses can wait to learn if the seed the Romans planted will take root in their wombs,"
Lhiannon thought grimly. Boudica was already talking of raising any sons to take vengeance, and of all the raped women she was the closest to sane. "We are all broken in one way or another. It remains to be seen if we will be able to mend." One of the survivors began to speak of places they might find refuge. "I have no family left in the Cornowii lands," said Lhiannon when it came to her turn. "But there are those in the summer country who will shelter me. I will take Coventa and go to Avalon." "And we may be able to return here one day," said Boudica. "One of the fisherfolk heard talk among the soldiers as they moved out. There is a rebellion in the east, in the Iceni and Trinoanti lands. That is why the Legion left so suddenly. Maybe this is the revolt for which we have waited, when all the tribes of Britannia will rise as one." Lhiannon stiffened, understanding flooding her. Boudica was caught up in this somehow. She twitched with sudden exasperation at all these wounded people. Ardanos was right. Lysderu was gone, and with it the Druid power. Perhaps she belonged now to those who had not yet given up the fight. "Is it possible that our old sacrifice bought time for a rebellion to beg in?" asked old Brigomaglos. "To believe that it achieved something would ease my soul." "I will not deny the possibility of a miracle," Ardanos said in a dry voice. "But we dare not assume that this will be the time our people achieve a unity they were never able to manage before." He shook his head. "No, we will go into hiding, and we will do whatever we must to survive. Let the Romans think us broken until we can find a way to live with them in safety."
"Will we cease to be Druids?" asked Boudica. "Our high priestess is dead." Her gaze moved to the bloodstain that still marked the sacred stone.
"She said that no Donna should succeed her," said Brigomaglos.
"But will she be able to serve?" Boudica asked. Lhiannon kept silent. Too many here knew of the tension between her and Helva. Anything she said would be suspect now. And she could not forget how like manacles the golden rings had seemed as they weighted Helva's arms. She had dreamed of being high priestess for so many years, and never realized how much she liked being free.
"Until we have a place in which to perform the ceremonies once more, does it matter?" Brigomaglos asked. "By the time we do, the girl will have recovered. If she survives the ordeal and is able to bear the power of the goddess, then Helva's will may be done. If not, we shall choose again."
Some of the other men were agreeing. Ardanos looked at Lhiannon as if about to speak, but she shook her head. In time she might regret allowing the priests to claim so much power, but just now she found it hard to care. Could they not see that everything depended on the Iceni rebellion? She understood Coventa's vision now. Boudica bore the power of the Morrigan. If she succeeded, no one would question the power of the priestesses, and there might be no hope for any of them if she failed. Chapter 26. Boudica laughed and grabbed for the rail as the chariot bounced beneath her, the javelin swinging wildly in her other hand. It was ancient, one of several that had been brought in after the attack on Colonia. Its leather fittings were much in need of repair, but an inspiring reminder of the glories of the past. Taschio, her driver, ducked with an oath, wrenching the ponies' heads around to avoid Regana's chariot and throwing Boudica to the other side. Footing was tricky, with Taschio seated on the platform before her and her shield and spears attached to the wicker sides. There was scarcely room left to stand. As they cantered around again, the people cheered. The sight of a war cart evoked ancient glories, reason enough to shrink new iron rims to wooden wheels and replace the leather fittings. For Boudica to appear in a chariot confirmed her role as leader. She had given one of the restored vehicles to her older daughter on the understanding that Kalgak, who was driving it, would get her away at the first sign of real danger. But unless they could learn to use them properly, no one was going to take the chariots into battle at all. Boudica had a moment to envy Regana's resilience as they sped by. Constant walking and riding had kept her fit, but she could not match a 15-year-old's flexibility.
"Balance! Don't hold on!" called Tingetorix.
His bad leg kept him on horseback, but if he could not set an example, he could certainly tell the rest of them what they were doing wrong. The leather straps that suspended the bouncing wooden platform creaked as the wheels skittered over the rough ground. Boudica had thought the heaving deck of a ship unsteady. This was like trying to stand on a quaking bog. As another turn flung her against the rail, she could feel Cathubadva laughing. The goddess danced on chaos as her ravens danced on the wind. For humans, the stability of the ground was the only certainty. But tempting as it was to let the goddess take over, Boudica had schooled enough horses to know that the more reflexes she trained into her muscles, the less her rider would have to do. As a tiny girl, she had loved watching her older brothers practicing with the chariots. Duby had been able to run out along the shaft to the yoke that linked the two ponies, fling a javelin, and get back again. He usually hit the target as well. That would not be a problem in battle. As long as you launched a projectile in the right direction, it was bound to hit somebody. Taschio brought the chariot around, and for a moment she had it, balancing on the balls of her feet to keep the same relationship to the earth no matter which way the platform was jumping. Then the ache in her leg became a sudden cramp. "Whoa!" she gasped as she slid the javelin into the rest and bent to massage the limb. When she could stand again, she saw Regana's chariot thundering toward her. As they passed, the girl let out a skull-splitting screech and flourished her javelin with a grin that had been absent for far too long. Boudica waved back, then turned as someone called. "That will be enough for now, Taschio. Bring us in." She straightened as he turned the ponies toward the knot of people who had gathered at the edge of the crowd, doing her best to support the image of a bold warrior queen without revealing how grateful she was for an excuse to stand still. From the chariot, Boudica could see much of the camp, which since the fall of Colonia had come to resemble a gathering of clans for the Lunas affair. Warriors were still arriving, but now they were bringing their families, and bards and merchants were arriving as well. Anywhere you walked you might hear singing or find an impromptu contest of strength or skill. A giddy holiday atmosphere filled the air. But the men who awaited her were not in a festive mood. "Have the scouts returned?" she asked, looking down at them. After the defeat of the 9th Legion, she had sent men to watch all the Roman forts, especially in the east, where the governor had posted the 20th and 4th, and the southeast, where he'd placed the 2nd Legion. A host the size of her impromptu army could not move unnoticed. She was surprised that there had been no other response from the Romans by now. The group parted to let a weary man step forward. "I rode east, my lady, as you ordered. Didn't have to go farther than that new fort they call Letoketum on the Great Road. There was plenty of news in the wine shop there." "Is the 20th coming?"
"Aye, with the 4th right behind them. But they'll be on the road a while. They were on Mona, my lady. They burned the sanctuary to the ground and killed every Druid they could find." "Sacrilege!" came the cry. "The gods will strike them!"
Boudica closed her eyes, clutching at the rail of the chariot as a murmur of horror spread through the crowd. She had just seen the devastation fire could wreak on a city. Her imagination pictured only too vividly flames rising from the house circle at Listeru and the sacred grove. What had happened to Bellina and Coventa and the others whom she had loved? She prayed to the gods that Lhiannon was still safe in Erihu. "The gods will strike them indeed," she echoed, dashing tears from her eyes. She jerked her javelin from its rest and held it high. "My arm is their weapon, and yours," she swung the spear above the crowd. "Every fist that can hold a blade is the hand of the gods, and we will avenge!" She felt her face flush at the roar of fury that answered her. "The 20th will be some weeks on the road," the messenger went on. "My news is from the cavalry troop that rode in with Governor Paulinus 3 days ago. They barely took time to eat and sleep before they were on fresh horses, heading south to Londinium." "Will he try to hold the city? What will he do for men?" came the questions. Boudica had been undecided which way to lead her forces. This was the news she had needed. "I don't know what he'll do," she said viciously, "but what we must do is clear. Cry the word through the camp, all of you. Give your beasts a good feed and pack your wagons. Tomorrow we march on Londinium, and if we are very lucky, we'll catch the Butcher of Mona there." The ship rolled and lifted and dipped once more as a fair wind drove her toward the summer country. Since the funerals 3 days had passed, and it was not until they got out into the strait that the brisk sea wind drove the last taint of burning from the air. Only then did Lhiannon realize how accustomed to that reek she had become. Even Coventa, though she had been sick that morning, seemed to be reviving. But was she herself any better off? The piled purple mountains beyond the shoreline slid by like a dream. The sea glittered in the bright air, and the sky was a beneficent blue. In the old days, Lhiannon would have said that the sea gods had blessed their journey, but just now she found it hard to believe that they cared. "I wish that we could stay forever on the sea," murmured Coventa, "between the worlds." She was still quiet and pale, but the visions only came at night now, as dreams. "No one knows where we are. No one can tell us what to do. I thought you were an exile, and was sorry that you could not stay safe with us. But I begin to see why you spent so much time away." "It was not all a holiday," Lhiannon observed reminiscently. "When I was with Karatak, I was often hungry or cold or in danger. But it is true that I did not have the Druids telling me what to do every time I turned around." "I have been very naive," Coventa said quietly. "I am like some wild bird that has been bred up captive in a cage, and when the door to freedom is opened, I do not know how to fly. I am not fit for this new world we have been forced into. But you are, Lhiannon. I hope you will not let Ardanos put you into a cage. He is so afraid, and perhaps he is right. The world is more terrible than I could have imagined. If there is ever a place where our priestesses can live all together again, I think he will try to make it a fortress." "Ardanos would never—" The thought faltered. The Ardanos she had loved would not have tried to rule with so heavy a hand, but the Romans had done something to his soul. "The world goes as it will, not as we would have it," Coventa continued, "and all we can do is to try to serve the gods." "The gods! If I believed that all this was their will, I would curse them." Lhiannon stopped short, realizing only now how long she had been refusing to face her despair. "As it is, either they hate us, or they have no power. Everything we have done to propitiate them has only made things worse, so far as I can see." She had spoken softly, but Coventa was looking at her in shocked surprise. "I am a priestess," she told herself. "For her sake I should pretend to believe. That was what she had done ever since the crescent of the goddess was placed between her brows. "What do you want me to say?" she burst out suddenly. "Do you want me to tell you that everything will be all right? It won't. It's not—" Her throat ached too fiercely to say more. Through war and disaster, she had been kept too busy dealing with crises to consider their implications. But on this sunlit, smiling sea she had let down her defenses, and now she was lost. She held her hands over her face, shaking with sobs. After what seemed a long time, she felt soft arms around her. Coventa was holding her, rocking her as the ship was rocked by the sea, and presently she came to the end of her tears. "Thank you," she whispered. "I've stopped now." She hugged Coventa back and saw the younger woman relax, but for her the brightness had gone out of the day. Lhiannon understood now why some Druids retreated to the wilderness to live out their days in a cave by a sacred spring. Though the changing seasons held their own disasters, in nature there was an underlying order in which one might find some certainty. But she could see no such hope in the world of humankind. From the next street over, Boudica could hear a howling that sounded more like beasts than men. The white mare danced beneath her, ears flicking nervously, and Boggle growled a warning as another band trotted by. 2 men were carrying Roman heads on their spears. The others bore bags of loot and supplies. The tangle of homes and shops and warehouses that had sprung up on the north bank of the Tamisa seemed to huddle beneath a lowering sky. One could trace the progress of the attacking Britons by the ravens that followed them through the town. Londinium, like Colonia, was undefended. Decianus Catus had fled to Gallia when Colonia fell, and his staff, including Cloto, had gone with him. They had missed the governor by 2 days. Paulinus had at least made an attempt to evacuate the city, but those inhabitants who were stubbornly determined to protect their property, or too old or infirm to flee, remained, and were dying in the place of those more deserving of killing as the Britons swept from one street to the next. Boudica had given orders that the city not be burned until they had stripped it of everything of value. Most of those who had joined her had brought food, but they could not risk running short before they caught up with the governor. And much of what these warehouses held had been taken as Roman taxes. She found a grim satisfaction in the symmetry of taking it back again. As they turned a corner, the shouting grew louder. Boudica's escort drew in protectively as they sighted a knot of struggling men. A woman's scream pierced the babel like a blade to the heart. On thinking, Boudica urged the mare forward. She saw blades flash as the attackers scrambled out of the way. Their features were those of men she knew, but in this moment their faces were stamped with a single identity. A Roman stood behind the splintered door of his house, holding up a table as a shield. A Briton with an axe hewed at it, making chunks fly like kindling, while others jabbed with spears. Boudica recognized the axe-man. He had been a small farmer who got into debt and fought back when the Romans came to seize his land. In the struggle he had escaped, but his wife had been captured and sold into slavery. The man lurched as one of the spears pierced his leg. The next blow of the axe sent the battered table spinning. Many hands pulled him out into the street, and the red blades rose and fell. With a rending of wood, others knocked the remains of the door away and pushed inside. The women began to scream once more. A little boy burst through the doorway, his thin wail abruptly silenced as someone clubbed him and tossed the body aside. Then men were dragging his mother into the street, tearing at her tunica and forcing her down. Boudica saw her desperate eyes white-rimmed above a muffling hand. "If you try to stop them, they will turn on you," came the voice of the goddess within as she opened her lips to protest. The white limbs thrashing before her merged with the image of Argantilla's body as the Roman had dragged her down. "Are we no better than they?" her spirit cried. "This is not about lust, but about power." "Help her!" vision blurred as the conflict drove awareness inward. Boudica felt the horse move beneath her as she grabbed a spear from one of her men, but the unerring aim was Cathubadva's, like the power that drove the spear past the rapist's shoulder and into his victim's heart. "This is your work, lady," she thought despairingly. "If it must be done, I don't want to see." This time she willingly abandoned consciousness, and the mercy of the Morrigan folded dark wings between her and the pain. Even the Queen's escort left a distance between them and the one they followed through the streets where blood flowed in the gutters, for the calm, clear voice that directed them where to search for valuables held a resonance that was more than human, and the mind that directed it had a deadly patience that they did not understand. But Boudica found herself walking through an oak wood drifted with autumn leaves and scattered with what she took to be acorns. As she drew closer, she could see that they were human heads. Their faces were contorted, but she could not tell if it was in exultation or rage. "This is my harvest. Their blood will feed the land," came a harsh voice from above. She looked up. Balancing on one of the branches was a raven with red eyes. "Men are no different from any other creature," said the raven. "When one group is stronger, they conquer, and when they weaken, another comes and feeds on them in turn. Conflict and competition are necessary. The fury passes through like a great fire, burning weakness away, and in its light the essence is revealed. The strongest in both groups survive. Blood and spirit are blended, and what grows from them is stronger still." "Is this the only way?" Boudica cried. "This is the way you must follow now," came the reply. "Britannia is a mingling of many bloods already, from peoples that strove against each other as they came to these shores. In time more will come, and today's victor will fail, leaving his own strength in the land." "That is a hard teaching," Boudica said. "It is my truth, the raven's way. One way or another the cycle must continue, the balance must be maintained, and there is more than one kind of victory." When Boudica came to herself once more, she was back in their camp, dismounting from the mare. Branganos caught her as her knees buckled, and Eos took the rein to lead Branwen away. Red smeared and splattered the mare's white hide. The stink of blood was all around her. Boudica looked down and saw her legs splashed with clotting red to the knee. Boggle whined and sat down. He was blood-smeared as well. "It is a red woman on a white horse that leads us," ran the whispers. "And with her the hunters of the other world, the white red-eared hounds. Is my horse all right?" Her voice seemed to come from a distance. "She needs to be cleansed, like you, but she is Branwen, the White Raven. What better mount for the Lady of Ravens to ride?" "But I was the horse," thought Boudica dizzily. She wondered what had happened after the goddess severed her from her own identity. The faces around her were warmed by a sunset glow, but the horizon was dark. Slowly she realized that the light was reflecting off the clouds over the burning city. It was over then, for now, and the dead had their pyre. "Come," said Branganos. As she steadied, he set his hand beneath her elbow. "You need water, you need rest." "Yes, but not to drink. First I must get clean." They had made their camp by one of the streams that ran into the Tamisa. Ignoring the startled exclamations of her household, Boudica plunged through the reeds and into the water, Boggle bounding after her. The cold shocked her fully into her body as it washed the blood away. When she struggled back ashore, she was shivering with reaction. The dog pushed through the reeds and shook himself, sending out arcs of spray. Tamela hurried toward her with a blanket. When she was dry and had a bowl of hot soup in her hands, Branganos settled beside her. Beyond the tent poles, men bowed as they passed. "I saw that man in the city," she said as a burly figure with an axe stuck through his belt went by. "He was killing a Roman who was defending his home. But he looked different." She gestured toward the crowd. They all did. Now they looked like themselves again. Was it my imagination? What did I see? The Druid sighed. "Another spirit can possess men who are joined by great emotion. I do not know if it is a curse or a mercy." "The mercy of the Morrigan," she said bitterly. "Is it like the thing that happens to me?" "Somewhat, except that this is a shared ecstasy, created when many souls under pressure become one." "Will they remember what they did?" "In such a state men are capable of great feats of valor or of cruelty." His lean face was somber. "To be unable to remember the former relieves them of the yearning to reach a level they will never again be able to attain. To forget the latter. Do you think they could face their own wives and children if they had full memory of what they had done?" "But if they do not remember, they will do it again," she said, knowing she had no right to judge, having given up her own will to a force equally implacable. "And if the battle-raven rides me again, so will I." She swallowed. "Is there no way to make war with honor? With perfect warriors, with perfect discipline," he replied. "In the old days the champions would go out to fight between the armies, and the will of each side rode with its defender, and all were ennobled by their strife. The Romans will not allow us that kind of war. What we have here is not an army, my queen. It is a mob, a creature composed of outrage and pain that burns its way across the land." "She said something like that," murmured Boudica, and saw his gaze sharpen. "While she was doing battle, she was also talking to me in an oak wood where men's heads lay on the ground." Haltingly, she recounted Cathubadva's words. "It is a harsh teaching indeed," the Druid agreed when she was done. "But it is all we have. If this fire you have started can kindle the valor of all the tribes, we may yet drive the Romans from this land. If not, our own blood will feed the ground. You cannot stop it now, my queen. You can only fan the flames and hope they burn quick and clean." Boudica gulped soup, but its heat could not warm her. Now more than ever she understood why Prasutagus had sought peace so earnestly. Suddenly she ached with the need to feel his arms around her, to make life in this wasteland. Would he turn from her in horror if he saw what she was doing now? But the peace the Romans would have given them was a living death, destruction with no hope of renewal. "My lady, if you wish, I can mix you something to make you sleep," said Branganos. She looked up, seeing him suddenly as a man, still strong despite the white in his hair. If she asked, would he lie with her? Their eyes met, and she knew his answer. No. She shook her head, denying him, denying herself the respite that she craved. If those who died today could bear their pain, the least I can do is endure my dreams. The journey by sea had gone by like a dream, but the summer country seemed scarcely closer to the world of death and battle Lhiannon had left behind. As the boatmen poled the long, flat craft through the marshes, reed and willow closed around them, and their only enemies were the midges that rose in humming clouds as they passed. Each morning the mist rose from the water to veil the marshes in mystery. Lhiannon found herself half hoping that when it cleared she would find herself in the other world, but the long shafts of afternoon sunlight showed the same landscape as before. But with each day the pointed tip of the Tor appeared more clearly above the tangled trees, until they came with the last light of sunset to the shores of Avalon. The little house in which Lhiannon had lived had lost some of its thatching.
The Druids had not had much time for initiations in recent years, and only one old priestess, a woman called Nan, remained. But everything else seemed unchanged. The slender, dark-haired folk of the marshes provided them with food and brought their sick for healing. As the summer country drowsed through the long days, Lhiannon found her heart easing. If Avalon held no answers, at least here she could sometimes forget the questions. Her only anxiety was Coventa, who continued to be sick during the day and troubled at night by evil dreams. A week after they had arrived on the isle, Coventa awoke one morning weeping. With a sigh, Lhiannon rose and held her until the sobs began to ease. "Nan, will you make up the fire and fill the hanging pot with water so we can have some chamomile tea?"
"Thank you," said Coventa when the old woman brought her the cup. "I am sorry to be such a bother to you all."
"Was it another bad dream?" Lhiannon asked the girl. Coventa sighed.
"I dreamed that I gave birth to a son who grew up tall and strong with golden hair. But when he was grown, he turned into a raven and flew away."
"Is that why you were crying?"
Coventa shook her head. "He was a beautiful boy. It made me happy to see him. I wept because when he is grown he will become a warrior."
"In your dream?" said Lhiannon, frowning.
"In this world."
Coventa looked up at her with an odd smile.
"I never expected to have to know such things. But living among women, one cannot help learning something. My breasts are tender, and I have missed my courses, and I am sick in the mornings. I think I am with child."
"By the Romans," breathed Lhiannon.
"By one of them," Coventa corrected. "Even among the Romans, I believe there is only one father for each child."
"I know of herbs you can take to cast the abomination from you," said Lhiannon. "I will ask the marsh folk to show me where they grow."
"No. What I carry is not yet a child, but I cannot deny him life. I believe that in the future he will have some part to play."
Lhiannon stared at her, uncomprehending. "I would tear out my womb rather than bear a Roman's child."
Coventa will not be the only one burdened this way, she thought then. Perhaps the other women will be more sensible, and if they cannot kill the babes before they are born, they will destroy them after.
But she did not say so aloud.
Coventa looked better than she had for many days, and Lhiannon was unwilling to jeopardize any belief that led to happiness.
"Clearly our next objective should be Verlamion," said Boudica. "Or rather, Verulamium," he said, adding the Latin ending with a vicious snarl.
Grizzled as a badger, he was a man of the Catuvellauni, some kind of relation to Caratac.
"The royal enclosure on the banks of the Vere was the sacred center for my tribe. The town that squats there now is a Roman blasphemy."
From the circle of chieftains and kings who had gathered around Boudica's fire came a mutter of agreement. The stretched cloths that kept off the evening dew were costly fabrics that had once curtained Roman doorways. The discussion had been lubricated by an amphora of Roman wine.
"But they are Britons,"
someone objected.
"They are traitors," Boudica spat. "They were once Catuvellauni, but they have abandoned their name and race to wear the toga and boast of being Roman citizens."
"That makes them worse than honest enemies," another man replied.
"They show us what will become of us if we do not win. We must make them an example for all Britannia. That great road the Romans carved across our holy earth at least makes it easy to travel. If we set off tomorrow, we could be in Verlamion in 2 days."
Boudica had joined them when they reached Londinium. His skin hung loose on his bones, and the good cloth of his tunic was worn threadbare. Everything about him spoke of a vanished prosperity.
Boudica drew back. Boudica's tattered clothing was only a visible representation of the hatred that was eating away at his soul. Being near him was like standing by some noxious bog. The problem with calling on all the tribes was that the people most motivated to fight the Romans were the most damaged, in body or in mind, and the least willing to conduct an intelligent campaign. "We could be," she said mildly, "but should we take the time to attack? Unlike an army, a town cannot run away. The legions are on the move, and we should be getting ready to meet them."
"We obliterated the 9th with half the men we have now," boasted Drostak. "Why should the men of the 20th and the 4th give us more trouble?" "The 2nd Legion will not reinforce them," said someone else, to general laughter. "The word we hear from the Durotriges is that their camp prefect thinks the situation too uncertain for secure operations. They're staying in Isca."
"Whereas we gain more warriors every day," said King Corio. "We don't need a fancy strategy. We can crush them by sheer numbers."
Numbers they certainly had. Campfires dotted the rolling country north of what had been Londinium like poppies in a wheat field. They had captured enough wine and meat for everyone to make merry. The night wind was musical with laughter and song. Boudica traded glances with Tingetorix. He was the best commander they had, and he had done his best to make her understand how men made war.
"Numbers are not enough. We defeated the foot soldiers of the 9th Legion because we made the land fight for us," the old warrior said reprovingly. "If we can catch Governor Paulinus on the march, we have a good chance of whittling away his strength. But we dare not let him force us into a pitched battle."
"And that means we must march northward, and quickly," said Boudica, "even if some of the wagons, especially the ones with the women and children, are left behind." Perhaps she could persuade her daughters as representatives of the royal house to stay with them. "We'll move out in the morning," she continued. "Tingetorix, I want you to take your best horsemen and scout ahead. Moriganos, will you work with the men who have just joined us? Show them where they should march, make sure they have weapons. Drostak, you are in charge of the supply wagons. We must take some care with the food. We do not know how long it will have to last." Cities had warehouses. Gathering supplies for the horde had been another reason to attack Londinium.
"There is food in Verlamion," muttered Vortilik.
"And it will still be there when we have the time to deal with the town as it deserves." Boudica frowned, and the Cativellani looked away. In the golden days of the heroes it had all been much simpler, she reflected, as the chieftains finished their wine and made ready to go. When they celebrated ancient battles, did the bards simply skip over the challenges of strategy and supply? Her young men had grown up denied the experience that would have taught them the realities of war, and the old men seemed to have selective memories. The responsibilities she shouldered now had little to do with the glory of which the poets sang, but though they might be far greater in scale, they were not so different from the planning any woman who ran a large household must do every day.
But fighting Romans was not like killing rats in a store shed. These were wolves.
As if he had sensed her thought, Boggle lifted his great head with a soft growl. Chapter 27. The ravens were dancing, black wings scattering shadows across the Roman road. Boudica watched them lift and dive, rolling over and under in an ecstasy of flight, her own body flexing easily as the war cart swayed. From somewhere down the line she heard singing. "The great queen sows the land with flame, the black smoke rises high, where dying warriors call her name, and ravens soar the sky." And is it a celebration or a war dance they are performing up there? She wondered aloud.
"A dance of anticipation, perhaps. We fed the ravens well at Londinium," said Taschio, following her gaze. "They will be hoping for another battle soon."
Londinium was not a battle, it was a massacre, thought Boudica. But she doubted Taschio would understand her lack of enthusiasm for slaughter. Yet even the Morrigan did not love blood for its own sake, only for what it could buy. "Perhaps they are entertaining themselves while they wait for us to catch up with them," she said aloud.
"They would have to wait longer if we were traveling over hill and dale," said Taschio. "The Romans build good roads."
Boudica nodded.
The great road cut straight as a sword slash through the country north of Londinium, where a Celtic trail would have followed the contours of the land. The great queen tramples down the grain, she treads upon the vine. Her meal is ground with heroes' pain, their blood she turns to wine. Behind her they were still singing. In 2 days the horde had come farther than she would have believed possible, but a Roman legion could march more swiftly still. As the riders and chariots moved north with the vast, untidy mob of men and wagons streaming out behind them, Boudica seemed to hear like an echo the steady tramp of hobnailed sandals on stone. The Romans were coming. The last scout to arrive said that Paulinus had rejoined his army. Would he keep them at the fort at Leitocidum, or would they continue southward? The Roman road was a channel through which Britons and Romans were being forced toward an unavoidable confrontation. Boudica thought of the turbulence at the seashore when the waters rushing down from a mountain stream collided with the incoming tide, 2 unquenchable currents, each obeying the law of its own nature. Where they met, they created a chaos in which neither could win. The road is a trap, she thought, eyeing the ribbon of stone that drew her toward the horizon. Before we meet the Romans, we will have to get off it into country where we have some cover. But in the meantime, horses and wagons were rolling forward at a steady walking pace. Already the sun was dipping toward the western hills. In the distance she glimpsed the gleam of water through a line of trees. That might make a good place to camp. Tonight she would gather the chieftains and make them agree on a route that would take them around Verulamium. The ponies tossed their heads, snorting, and Tascio reined in as they heard a clatter of hoofbeats from the other side of those trees. In another moment a horseman clattered into view, coming fast. "Verulamium!" he cried. "It's just beyond the river, and undefended!" Men cheered as the news was passed down the line. In moments, horsemen were galloping forward. Boudica glimpsed Tingetorix, but the tumult was already too loud for her to make out his words. She closed her lips on the order she had been about to give. The old warrior had told her himself that a command that could not or would not be obeyed was worse than useless. The road had already trapped her. Men and horses were following the ravens toward the town, eyes alight at the prospect of more slaughter. Whether she wished it or not, they were going to attack Verulamium. Sunset light slanted through the trees, intensifying the ruddy color that stained the stones around the pool. The day had been a warm one, but there was always a cool breath of air beside the blood spring. Lhiannon dipped up another mouthful of the iron-rich water and sat back with a sigh. "I feel stronger already," said Coventa, gazing into the pool as the dark waters stilled. "Iron to nourish a Roman child," thought Lhiannon, the liquid turning bitter on her tongue, and tried to will the thought away. She would not allow the Romans to steal the Tor from her as well. To show Coventa her favorite places on the isle had given her joy. As the younger woman pointed out, when you traveled with Helva, you did not have much time to listen to the land. This afternoon they had bathed in the blood spring, and Lhiannon observed with mingled pain and wonder the new glow that pregnancy imparted to her friend. Since she had learned she was with child, Coventa had not wept in the night. Was it possible that such a horror could leave a blessing behind it? Lhiannon did not want to believe it, but she was not so cruel as to question any happiness Coventa might find. She shut her eyes, striving to lose herself in the musical murmur the water made as it passed through the channel from the spring and trickled into the pool. "Blood," whispered Coventa. For a moment Lhiannon thought she was commenting on the spring. She opened her eyes, alarm bringing her upright, as she saw the other woman crouched and rigid, staring into the water. Marion had told them that the waters of the blood spring could be used for scrying. She should have warned Coventa not to look into the pool. "Coventa," she steadied her own voice to a soothing murmur. "What do you see?" "A river in a valley, blood in the water, red sunset, red flames, red everywhere."
Coventa's tone was detached, and Lhiannon thanked the goddess for giving her this knowledge as an oracle's vision instead of a dream.
"Where is it?" Lhiannon asked.
Clearly virginity was not required for vision, although there might be side effects she could not foresee. But the damage was done now, and they might as well take advantage of it. "The land is gentle. I see scattered round houses, and others that are straight-sided with strange red roofs like scales. There are buildings beside a road. As the men attack, one collapses and scatters pieces of ice across the road. No, they are pieces of glass." Roman buildings, thought Lhiannon, beginning to suspect what, if not exactly where, this must be. "There is a strange square enclosure with some long houses in it. They are built of wood, and they burn well."
"Who is doing the burning?" asked Lhiannon.
"Our people,"
came the answer.
"They drag men out of the buildings and strike them down." Lhiannon had been taught that a Druid should respond to both joy and sorrow with equal detachment, but she could not repress a spurt of vicious satisfaction. "Men, and women, too,"
Coventa faltered.
"women with fair hair. They are our people, too."
She shook her head.
"I don't want to see this any more."
"It's all right, Coventa. Let it go. Let it fade away," Lhiannon said quickly.
She recalled now that the people of Verlamion had adopted Roman ways,
and understood only too clearly what must be happening there.
"Do you see the road that goes through the town? Follow it, my dear. Leave the fighting behind." "The road is before me."
Coventa gave a grateful sigh.
"Night is falling, and the land is at peace. What would you have me see?"
"Follow the road northward, and tell me if anyone else is on it."
"Fare northward, Cirrus, and look for Roman soldiers," Lhiannon said grimly. For several moments Coventa said nothing, her fair hair falling forward as she bent over the pool. Lhiannon watched her closely, waiting for the moment when she stiffened and began to tremble.
"They can't see you, they can't touch you," she murmured. "Rise into the heavens and look down, and tell me what you see."
"The road runs across a plain. To the west the ground rises. There is a small fort, but the Romans are not in it. I see many campfires and those leather tents they use. They are camped on a rise at the entrance to a fold in the hills, with woods behind them. Between them and the road there is a river, edged with reeds."
"Go higher, Coventa," murmured Lhiannon, but she was thinking hard. If the Romans were not marching, Paulinus must have chosen a battlefield. "You've seen enough, my dear. Speed back to us now, eastward across the land until you come to the Tor. All that you've seen you leave behind you. You will not remember, you will not care. Come back now. Your body is waiting." She reached out as Coventa collapsed into her arms.
"Will she be all right?" asked Nan, her wrinkled brow furrowed as Lhiannon laid the younger priestess down.
"In a little while she will wake, and very likely remember nothing at all." With a gentle hand Lhiannon smoothed back the curling hair.
"Do you think that what she saw was true?" the other priestess asked.
"I am afraid so," answered Lhiannon. "I think that Queen Boudica is attacking Verlamion now."
"But the Romans are waiting for her," said Nessa.
Lhiannon sighed. "Yes," she said grimly, "and she does not know."
"But there is no way we can tell her." Nan looked at her in sudden alarm. "Is there?"
"I must try to warn her," said Lhiannon, decision crystallizing as she spoke. "They will give me a horse and food at Camadunan, and I can ride quickly at need."
"But it will be dangerous."
"No Briton would harm me, and all the Romans are hiding in their forts or waiting for Boudica. You and Coventa will be safe here on Avalon."
"Hush now, she is waking," she said as the other woman began to stir.
"Boudica needs me, but I promise I will come back to you." Boudica rode into Verulamium in her chariot like a Roman general at his triumph, but her heart held no joy. These had been Britons, however traitorous, and they were not the only ones who had succumbed to the temptation to ape the conqueror's ways. How would she win back her people if all she could offer was revenge? She had at least been able to stop her warriors from attacking the nearby farmsteads, but the palisade that surrounded the civic buildings was burning merrily. Vordelik stood before its gate, to which a man had been bound in mockery of a Roman crucifixion. A pile of white cloth that might have been a toga lay on the ground. His well-fed flesh was bruised and scored, but he was still alive. Blood matted his gray hair and ran from his mouth where they had severed his tongue. Vordelik looked around as Boudica neared. It was not only the hatred in their eyes that stamped the crucified man and his tormentor as kin.
"Behold Claudius Nectawelius Filius Brachius!"
There was venom in each syllable.
"Magistrate of Verulamium! I have taken the tongue with which he denied his people and his gods. Next, perhaps, it will be his eyes. His testicles have been no use to him for many a day."
"Was he of your family?" she asked softly. A sob came from the gate-post where a woman and 2 children had been tied.
"My ancestors deny him," spat Vordelik. "Let him go to Hades with his Roman friends."
"Then it shall be so!" The words vibrated without and within.
Vordelik blanched as the goddess seized Boudica's body. In a single sure move, she grasped a javelin and thrust it through flesh, heart, and the wood on which they had crucified the man. The gathering crowd hooted and cheered as the pudgy body jerked and twitched, and then with a last convulsion went still. But that part of Boudica that watched from within understood that this had been mercy.
"Give the carrion to the birds and purify this place by fire." The voice, at once more harsh and more resonant than her own, penetrated the babble of the crowd.
"Have we done well, lady?" a dozen voices asked.
"You have done what you must," came the reply. "You are my fire, you are my sword, you are my fury. But understand this," she said, her gaze sweeping the upturned faces that then grew still. "The fire that burns your enemy burns you as well, and the blood and fire will not cease until they have run their course throughout Britannia." The Morrigan gestured toward the slack body on the gate. From the gash in Nectawelius's chest, a trail of red blood twined across the pale flesh to drip to the dirt below. "Your blood or theirs, it all feeds the ground."
"Then let all of it flow!"
snarled Vordelik, frustrated bloodlust hurling him toward the woman by the gate. A shout rose from 100 throats, and clubs and swords blurred through the air. In moments, Nectawelius's family had gone to join him.
"Is this too your mercy?" gibbered Boudica within. "Would you not have welcomed it after you lost your king?" came the reply. The resulting surge of anguish plunged Boudica back into her body with a shaken sob. She took a deep breath, staring around her. A fire-haired goddess, red with blood, was turning away from the battered bodies at the gate. A jolt of recognition sent fire through Boudica's veins.
"This is how they see me before they die," said the goddess within.
Boudica closed her eyes, dizzied at the doubling of vision. When she opened them, she was fully herself once more. With a mother's appalled certainty, she recognized the figure before her as Regana.
"What are you doing? Get away!" She bit back the words, observing the lingering battle fury in her daughter's eyes, and knew herself for a hypocrite for wishing to deny her daughter the same release she craved.
"Regana,"
her voice sounded strange in her own ears.
"Regana, it's over. Come back to me, my child." The thought was her own, but it was the goddess who put power in the words. She continued to murmur as the fire died in Regana's eyes until she was only a girl again, her eyes widening in disquiet as she realized who and where she was. But this final sacrifice seemed to have satiated the bloodlust of the mob as well.
which was now focusing more on loot than on vengeance. That night the Ver ran red below the town. "Regana, I must talk to you." Boudica took her daughter by the arm and made her sit down with Argentilla beside their fire. The Britons had settled in a loose cluster of tents and wagons just beyond the embers of Verulamium. Now they were gorging themselves on the looted food and getting drunk on captured wine. "We will be fighting the Romans soon."
"And what have we been doing for the past moon?" Regana jerked free and looked around her with a laugh.
"Slaughter," Boudica said grimly. "We have destroyed 3 towns, none of which were defended by soldiers. The legions will be another matter. When we fight them, I don't want you in the battle. You and Argentilla will stay with the wagons."
"You want?" Regana's eyes flashed. "And what gives you the right to deny us the choice that's free to everyone else here?"
"You are children," Boudica began. "The Romans didn't think so," muttered Argentilla.
"We are women. Remember the umbilical cord was cut at the sacred spring," Regana exclaimed. "If we are old enough to risk death in childbed, we are old enough to risk it in battle."
"What do you mean?" Boudica scanned them in alarm.
"Did those vermin leave you with child?"
Regana fixed her mother with a bright, bitter gaze.
"No, Mother. Our moon blood still flows, and mine will continue to do so, for I see no reason to ever want a man. But if you do not know that for the past 2 weeks your little Tilla has been sharing her blankets with Caw, you are blind indeed."
The flush staining Argentilla's fair skin as she glared at her sister told Boudica all she needed to know.
"You take life," the girl protested, turning to her mother again. "I'd rather give it. I have loved Caw since we were children, and when I was weeping because the Roman pigs had defiled me, he comforted me. When his arms are around me, I am perfect and whole."
Boudica gazed at her helplessly, shaken by a surge of longing as she remembered how she had been completed in Prasutagos's arms. If Argentilla had found such a love, should she forbid it? Could she?
"You are royal women of the Iceni," she said weakly. "We do not marry at our own whim."
But Regana was laughing. "Are those only the Iceni I hear out there? When we have fought the Romans, you will be the mistress of Britannia or of nothing. If we win, the chieftains will not cross your will. If we lose, what you want will not matter at all."
"I am your daughter." Argentilla straightened and wiped away her tears. "If you can lead an army, I can at least choose my own man. And I swear to you that I will have no other. So if you wish the line of Prasutagos to continue, you will accept my will."
"After we have fought the Romans, we'll speak of this again," said Boudica repressively. But her daughters were smiling. Chapter 28. To look at the fields, one would have thought the land at peace. The swelling heads of wheat and barley hung heavy on the stalk as they waited for harvest. In the fields with the southern exposure, the reapers were already at work, scythe blades flickering in the summer sun. Just so the swords would flash when the time came for the Morrigan to begin her harvest, Lhiannon thought grimly as she passed. Now and again a worker would look up, then bend to his task with steady patience, as his fathers had served these fields before ever the Druids came into the land. "And as they will when we are only a memory," she reflected, urging her horse forward. Rumor held that the soldiers of the 2nd Legion were still hiding behind their walls at Isca. The road they should have taken to reinforce the governor carried Lhiannon north more swiftly than she could have imagined, though her heart sped faster still. As she moved into the Midlands of Britannia, the farmsteads where she stopped were full of rumors of the destruction of Verulamium. Farther north, though, the talk grew more guarded. Lhiannon had been traveling for just over a week when the farmer whose fields she blessed in exchange for a bed and a meal told her that she was nearing the point where the Isca road crossed the road from Londinium. A day or two's journey farther north lay the new Roman fort at Letocidum, though the legionaries had marched out of it a week or so before.
But they had not passed the crossroads. They were waiting, thought Lhiannon, on that hillside where Coventa had seen them. Did Boudica know?
"A great queen is coming up the other road to the east of here with all the warriors in Britannia in her train," the farmer said with mingled pride and fear. "If you wish to join her, my son Kitto will go with you. He has been begging my leave to join the army, and I take your coming as a sign that he is meant to go."
The great queen! With an effort Lhiannon kept her face serene. That title could have more than one meaning. Not for the first time she wondered who was really leading that army, and to what end. The great queen gathers all the brave to muster in their might, to strike with spear and sword and stave, and put the foe to flight. The people in one of the nearer wagons were singing. That song had been a frequent accompaniment to the rebellion, but this evening it came constantly, now from one direction and now from another, as a new group took up the refrain. Boudica had heard birds do that in a wood, the song shifting and swelling from one tree to another as a migrating flock settled there. Since the destruction of Verulamium, a little more than a week had passed. The Britons had come to the plain beside the little river as the sun was going down, catching the glitter of Roman armor on the hill above it, where the governor had taken up position to wait for them. Boudica had hoped to catch them on the march. Attacking them uphill would be difficult, but if the Romans wanted to stay safe, they would have taken refuge in their fortress. This evening the Celts feasted on the oxen the Druids had sacrificed to the gods who govern war. When they faced the legions tomorrow, the Romans would have to come down the hill, and one way or another the song would have an end. She is the raven, and she is the dove, the ecstasy of battle and of love. The chorus followed. Branganos had begun it, but not all the verses men were singing now were his own. The song has escaped him, thought Boudica, as the army escapes me. I am not their leader, but their icon, their talisman. That much had been clear to her for some time. A Roman general might be able to command from the rear, but as they journeyed north, Boudica had been thinking. Her only hope of directing what her warriors did tomorrow was to be the point of their spear. And if she must be in the forefront of the battle, what were the chances that when it was over she would still be alive? The question came with a cold clarity that surprised her, but no fear. Her life would be a small price to pay for victory. Given their numbers, she found it hard to doubt the confidence of her men. And if they were defeated, the world the Romans would make then was one in which she would not want to survive. But it would be hard to part from those she loved. Boudica considered them as they passed the wineskin, their faces warmed by the light of the fire. Some belonged to her life with Prasutagos. She had grown close to others on this journey. Argentilla sat with Caw, her bright head close to his dark one as they whispered. Regana was at Tingetorix's feet, listening to the war stories of which he had an endless store. Branganos was speaking calmly to Rhiannon. The old storm crow had seen so many battles. This one would just be another verse for his song. But even as the thought came to her, she suppressed it as unworthy. During the past weeks, the older Druid had been a welcome source of counsel. As if he had felt her thought, Branganos looked up. Before that calm gaze, her own slid away to rest on Aeac and Betuitos, who would stand by her to the end, whatever that might be. She missed Prasutagos and Lhiannon, most of those she had loved. But if her husband had still been alive, none of them would be here. She tried not to think about him. The king walked now on the Isles of the Blessed. Would he even recognize the person she was becoming now? Lhiannon, she devoutly hoped, was still on the Isle of Erihu. Once Boudica's anguish had drawn her friend all the way from Avalon, but too much time had passed, and their bond had surely weakened. She tried to be glad the priestess lived now in a peace and safety that Boudica would never know again. and even as she did so, felt her heart twist with longing to see her friend's luminous eyes smiling at her across the fire. They all looked up as a young man appeared at the edge of the firelight and bent to whisper in Tingetorix's ear. It was Drostak's son who had been on patrol. Boudica got to her feet. "What is the news?"
"The Romans appear to have no more than 10,000 men, to judge by the number of their fires."
"It's kind of them to make it so easy for us to count them," Batuatos laughed.
"They don't have to send scouts to guess our numbers," observed Aok.
"They can see us from that hill."
Boudica smiled. On their march, yet more men had come in. She herself had no real idea how many Britons had camped on the plain, but surely they outnumbered the Romans at least 10 to 1.
"See us and tremble," Batuatos replied.
"We've no need to draw sword against them," said Drostak with a grin. "We can stampede across them and trample them into the dust."
Boudica exchanged glances with Tingetorix. Numbers could be a handicap if they were not well used, but she was not about to tell any of these people to go home. "Get some rest, lad," she said to the scout. "Whether you use your sword or your feet, tomorrow you will need your strength." "We should all sleep," said Argentilla seriously, "including you, Mother." Drostak had taken his son's arm. Others began to rise. "I know," Boudica gave her younger daughter a hug, "but my legs are too restless to lie still. I will walk for a little, and then I promise that I will lie down." Argentilla looked dubious, but Caw had taken her hand. "She will be loved," thought Boudica, picking up her dark cloak, "whatever happens to me." From nearby she heard more singing, and smiled. "The horn blares and the caranx sounds when the great queen rides. White with red ears her 7 hounds run baying at her side." As if the song had summoned him, Boggle rose from his place by the fire and thrust his great head beneath her hand. The other dogs were leashed for the night, but they had learned the futility of trying to keep Boggle from following. "You see, I will not be alone." Boudica moved among the wagons, stopping now and again to exchange a word with one of the men she had come to know on their journey. From the fires she heard song and laughter, or the rhythmic scrape and screech where someone was putting a better edge on his sword. From the shadows beneath some of the wagons came the soft sounds of people making love. Some of the women were wives, but men would lie with anyone willing when on campaign. It was natural enough. When people faced death, there was a powerful urge to affirm life. Even the Morrigan on the day before a battle made love to Dagodevos, thought Boudica, suppressing an unwelcome tremor of arousal. But she had no mate here to balance her destructive powers with love. From somewhere close by a woman cried out at the moment of fulfillment. The queen stopped, touching her own breast. But that was no solution. She had tried in the long nights when she slept alone. It was not only her husband's body that she missed beside her, but his spirit enfolding her own. Lovers raise the power and offer it to each other, she told herself grimly. I can only offer my need to the gods. She forced herself to move on. In the center of the camp the people had built a votive shrine, surrounded by torches and poles, on which hung the heads and hides of the animals that had been offered to the gods, while the meat was boiled in 1,000 cauldrons and roasted on 1,000 fires. The scent of blood lay heavy on the air. The altar itself was a construction of poles and logs covered with rich fabrics looted from Londinium. Among their folds the people had placed silver plates and craters and dishes of Samian ware, carved wooden stools, amphorae of wine and statuary and clothing with embroidery. At the top were the heads of 2 Roman scouts who had been caught by the Celtic vanguard, and above them a hurdle of poles from which 3 crows dangled, blood from their death wounds red on their black breasts. "You I recognize," Boudica said softly. "You are the 3 of ill boding, always slaughtered and always receiving the sacrifice." "Some die that others may live," said the goddess within,
and their blood feeds the ground." "I know," the queen replied. It was not a man she needed, but answers, and whether they came from the goddess or her own heart, to hear them she must be alone. She turned away from the wagons and made her way across the field toward the reedy banks of the stream. Water gleamed where the brook flowed across the pale ribbon of the road. Lhiannon's pony pulled at the rein, and she loosened it to let him drink. "Lady, it grows late," said the farmer's boy. "Should we not make camp for the night? There's water here, and we could shelter by those trees." Lhiannon straightened her legs, trying to ease the ache of muscles cramped by a ride that had begun early that morning. His suggestion was tempting, but the urgency that drove her was, if anything, greater than it had been the day before. "How far is the Roman fort from here?" she asked. "It might be 5 miles to Manduesedum, but we won't want to camp near there." "No, kiddo. Where I want to camp is with the Queen's army. The signs of their passage are so recent they cannot be far." Even by night, the traces where so many men and animals had passed were clear. In the stillness, when the pony lifted his head, it seemed to her that she could hear a faint murmur, like the distant sea. "We will continue until midnight, but I think that before then we will find them." She shortened her reins, set heels to the pony's side, and they went on. "Yes, lady," said the boy, clearly assuming her certainty came from Druid magic. Lhiannon did not tell him that what drove her was fear that the battle would be fought before they got there, and she would never see Boudica again. But at last the gods seemed to be smiling. Before they had gone a mile, she realized that ahead the stars were dimmed by an orange glow, and presently, on the hill to the left of the road, she saw the regular lines of Roman fires. "The great Queen's folk lie ahead of us on the plain," she pointed up the road. "We can afford to push the horses now, for they will have rest soon." Shortly thereafter a man rose up like a spirit from the side of the road and barred their way with a spear. "It is Carvilios, is it not?" Lhiannon peered through the gloom. "Where will I find the Queen?" "In the center of the camp, lady, to the right of the road," he grinned. "She will be glad of your coming." But it was Crispus and the rest of the household who made her welcome. "She went off a little while ago to walk through the camp," said Timella. "She often does so before she sleeps, but I thought she would be back by now." "Perhaps I should look for her," said the priestess. "My legs are cramping from too many hours in the saddle, and I need to walk the kinks out of them." "We would be grateful." Crispus looked relieved. "She said she was too tight-wound to sleep. Well, so are we all, but not all of us will be fighting a battle tomorrow. She must rest, my lady. She will listen when you tell her to come in." It was very quiet here in the no-man's land between friend and foe. The ducks that paddled in the water by day were asleep in the reeds, but an owl slid past on silent wing. Above the murmur of the current, Boudica could hear a familiar splash and slap. She glanced at the dog, but Boggle's tail was wagging. She followed the path along the banks toward the ford, and halted as she saw a figure kneeling at the water's edge. What she had heard was the sound of someone beating laundry. But why in the middle of the night before a battle would someone— Her thoughts stopped as the woman turned. Pale in the starlight, the face before her was her own. "What are you doing?" Did the question come from without or within? "I cleanse the clothing of the slain. Ravens gnaw the necks of men, blood spurts in the furious fray. Flesh is hewn in battle fury, and blades bite bodies in red war. Heroes in their battle heat harry the foe with hacking blows. War is waged, each trampling each." On the smooth cheeks gleamed the silver track of tears. "Do not fight tomorrow. It will be your doom." "I have no choice but to pay that price," Boudica replied. "To do otherwise would be to betray my people." She gestured toward the scattered fires. "You wear my face, but I know you, strife-stirrer, gore-crow, raven of battle. You delight in conflict. Why do you pretend to weep?
You led these people here." The woman shook her head. "They would say they followed Boudica, but you are the one with the power. My heart is your heart. My rage is your rage. You are the goddess." Boudica realized that as the woman spoke, she was saying the words as well. She shook her head in desperation. Was this a delusion, or had she been deluding herself all along? "And are my hands your hands?" she cried. The woman got to her feet, and Boudica saw herself reflected in the other's eyes. "Only when you allow me to use them," came the soft reply. "You shape the gods as we shape you, but the forms in which you see us have been honed through many lives of men. Through us you pass from mortality to eternity. Through us the divine becomes manifest in you." Boudica realized that she was trembling, and did not know whether what she felt was terror or ecstasy. "Then will you use my hands tomorrow?" Boudica retreated to a fear she did understand. "Will you lead us to victory?" "It will end as it must for the greater good," came the reply. "To give everything in the cause of life is one path to growth, but conflict is another. In war you are tested to destruction. Winners and losers alike can fail, giving way to greed or fear, and winners and losers alike can transcend mortality. But only those who fall fighting bravely tap the last reserves of valor. Only those who give everything win the glory that lives in song and feeds generations to come. That is a prize that the winners cannot claim. And to gain that victory, will many die?" Boudica asked then. "Death is only a doorway, but how you go through that door will change what you see on the other side." Lhiannon stopped, skin prickling at the presence of power, as she saw the figure standing by the stream. The great dog sat at her side. When Crispus asked her to look for the queen, Lhiannon had wondered if power had made Boudica willful. But if so, she thought now, the power and the will were not the queen's. The figure before her stood tall beyond the height of mortals, with a light around her that did not come from the stars. Leached of color by the night, her hair flowed down in waves of shadow. From beneath the closed eyelids came a steady stream of tears. The priestess took a deep breath, forcing her voice to calm. "Great Queen, the night is passing, and the body you wear must rest." The goddess turned, opening eyes that held a sorrow older than the world. "You have so little time, and so much to learn." Lhiannon fought the temptation to use this opportunity to ask a few questions of her own. "No time," she agreed, "if the woman is to sleep at all. In the name of Dagdeva's lady, let her go." After a thoughtful moment, the still features were transformed by a smile. "In the name of he who loves the one Boudica loved, I will." Once more the eyes closed, but now the face was changing as the energy ebbed away. Lhiannon reached as Boudica's limbs gave way, and staggering a little, for since she had seen her last the queen had gained mass and muscle, lowered her to the grass. "Lhiannon!" Boudica struggled to sit up. "I dreamed you had come." She looked around her in confusion as Boggle whined and nosed at her hand. "Or is this the dream?" "This," said the priestess with a tartness born of relief, "is the eve of battle, and we all belong in our beds." "There was a woman washing bloody clothes." "I know who you met here," Lhiannon said grimly, and sighed. "Do you think you can walk now, or do I summon men to carry you?" "In the morning we will fight," Boudica continued as if she had not heard. "Watch over my daughters, Lhiannon. Keep them safe for me." "Yes, Boudica." "If I can." Boudica caught her breath and focused fully on the priestess for the first time. "Oh, Lhiannon, thank the gods you are here. I have needed you so badly for so long."
She turned, weeping, and Lhiannon gathered her into her arms. Chapter 29. The gods had given them a beautiful morning. The sun filled a transparent sky with light, and the poppies glowed like spots of blood upon the bright gold of the ripening fields. On the plain between the stream and the slope the Britons were assembled by tribe and clan. In that clear light their striped and checkered garments and their painted shields were a riot of fierce hues. Some had stripped to the waist, the swirls and spirals of war paint showing bright against fair skin. Others wore mail shirts whose links shimmered in the sun. Sunlight glanced from shield boss and gleamed on bright blade. The same light glared from the armor of the Romans who waited on the hill. Holding the high ground gave the enemy an advantage. But they were facing into the sun, thought Boudica as she jumped into the chariot behind Taschio. She worked her shoulders back and forth to distribute the weight of her mail. The shirt had been made for a large man, and except across the bosom, hung loosely. The added weight seemed to give her more stability in the chariot, though after the miles she had journeyed standing in the thing, balance was no longer a problem. As Taschio reined the ponies toward the line, the ruddy plaid of her own cloak streamed out behind her. She could feel the raven wings attached to her cone-shaped helmet flutter in the wind. A second chariot bearing Regana and Argentilla followed. When the fighting began, Calgak would drive them back to the wagons drawn up in a semicircle at the other end of the field. Argentilla, at least, could be trusted to stay there. As the chariot bore her along the line, the men began to cheer. "Boud! Victory! Boudica!" Ravens flew up from a cluster of trees, cawing exultantly. "Lady, I hear you," Boudica's heart answered. "Do you hear me? You brought us here. Help us now. Help me." She flinched as the first wave of sound vibrated through flesh and bone. She could see faces now. She lifted her sword in salute to Brocagnos and his boys. Segovax and his older son Beric and their men made a group near the clan of Morriganos. Farther down the line, Drostak of Ash Hill and his household shook their spears. "Boudica!" came the shout, and with it a surge of energy that was like the power when Cathubadva came in. Other faces emerged from the blur before her. Mandos, who had returned from his exile in the Briganti lands when he heard about the rebellion, bearing the sword he had refused to yield. Tabanus, who had been a slave in Colonia. Vordelik and his grim band of Catuvellauni. Corio of the Dubuni with the men of his tribe. She saw Iceni and Trinovantes, Durotriges and Dobuni, and smaller groups from a dozen other tribes. There were even a few Siluris who had fought with Karatak, who saluted as they recognized the torque she wore. At the far end of the line, Tingetorix led a mixed group of mounted warriors. They were all cheering, waves of sound rolling through the bright air. "Boudica! Victory!" If this was not the whole might of Britannia, there were men from more tribes than even Karatak had ever gathered, assembled here. Last night Boudica had wept because so many would be slain, but today, with all the host before her, it seemed to her that they could lose half their men and still have the numbers to crush the enemy who huddled up there on the hill. Taschio halted the chariot on a little rise. As the multitude grew, Boudica fought to contain the energy that sparked through every vein. At her neck, Karatak's torque was warm to the touch, as if it were absorbing power. She had wondered where she would find the strength to reach these warriors. But the power was theirs, their spirit, their fierce joy at finally coming to grips with their foe. All she had to do was find the words. She did not know if this was the Morrigan's answer, but it would serve. "Men, no, warriors of Britannia," she corrected, meeting Regana's glare. "The Romans despise you because you follow a woman. But I am not the first queen to have led Britons to victory.
Ask the men of Colonia and Londinium if a woman knows how to avenge her injuries." She paused to let the cries of invective rise and fall. "At long last we face our foe with sword in hand. You whose sons have been carried off to die in other lands, defend your own earth now. You who have been driven from your homes, reclaim them. You whose wives and daughters have been outraged, as I and mine were defiled," she pointed to the other chariot, and a new roar shook the skies. "Restore our honor!" With each word, the power the warriors had given her flowed back to them, inchoate rage transmuted into purpose and focused on the enemy. When she drew breath, she could hear a tinny gabble from the slope, and knew the Roman general must be addressing his troops as well. "Look at them, cowering on their hill!" She swept her sword toward the enemy. "We destroyed one legion with only a tithe of the force we have now. Lift your voices, and Tyrannus the Thunderer will crush them with sound." A new cry shook the heavens as she stabbed at the air. "They cannot even stand against our shouting, much less resist our swords and spears." As she drew breath, the curses changed to grim laughter. From the trees the ravens echoed them. Boudica felt the hairs lifting along her arms and sensed that the Morrigan was near. "See what a fair day the gods have given us!" she cried. She could hear her own voice becoming more resonant, and knew that the glamour of the goddess was being added to the power raised by men. "Roman blood will be a worthy offering. See how the glory of the other world shines through the surface of things. I see that same glory blazing in your eyes. Go forth to battle, and may the gods go with you as they are within you." "And in me," the silent thought came as her last fears faded away. "Those who live will have honor unending. Those who fall will feast with the blessed gods. In this battle I will conquer or I will fall. That is a woman's resolve. And as for you, fight as men or live as slaves." Her arms rose as if to embrace them all. No longer patient oxen beneath the yoke of Rome, they pawed the ground like stallions. In that moment Boudica loved her people as she had never known how to love them before. "Be my sword, Boudica," came the voice of the goddess within, "and I will be your shield." "Boudica, victory!" shouted the host. "Great Queen, Boudica!" The ground trembled as the warriors of Britannia stamped. Their battle cry shook the air. At the other end of the field, Lhiannon could feel the vibration in her bones. The fine hairs on her arms stiffened with energy. Even when Karatak addressed his troops, she had never felt such power. But Karatak had only had a white lady to ward him. Today, the battle-raven herself would lead Britannia. Lhiannon had watched her people fight at Durovernon, on the banks of the Temesa, in the Ordoviki hills. But for the first time since she had arrived at Manduesedum, Lhiannon began to believe that this time they might win. She stood up in the wagon, shading her eyes with her hand as the chariot bearing Argentilla and Regana made its way through the gaps between the groups of warriors, splashed across the stream, and rumbled toward the semicircle of wagons. Caw, who had been expressly ordered by the Queen to stay and guard them, moved restlessly beside her, and Boggle tugged at his rope and whined. Lhiannon understood their frustration. The power Boudica had invoked thrummed in her veins. She, too, wanted a sword in her hand. The rest of the host was beginning to move toward the foe. Now and again an individual champion would dart forward, shaking his spear and shouting invective. What must it be like for the Romans, forced to stand sweating in their armor as they waited for this horde of humanity to roll over them? It would be like trying to stand against the sea. The chariot drew to a halt, and Argentilla jumped down and ran into Caw's arms.
Regana remained where she was, watching with a superior smile. Then she picked up her helmet, unadorned and rising to a rounded point, and settled it over her russet braids. She was already wearing a sleeveless shirt of mail. Well, that answered the question of whether Boudica's older daughter was going to stay with the wagons. Lhiannon tried to summon the resolve to plead with her, but it was taking all her self-discipline not to join her. Instead, she lifted her hands in blessing. "May the strength of Sukellos shield you, may the skill of Lugos guide your arm, and may the wrath of Cathubodva carry you to victory." Regana answered with a flashing grin so like her mother's that Lhiannon's heart twisted. She and Boudica had parted with few words that morning, the queen's mind already focused on the demands of the day, that of the priestess too full for words. And surely they had said everything that was needful the night before. Only now, seeing the child whom she had swaddled as a squalling infant, armed and ready to face the foe, did Lhiannon understand that even if she had stayed with Boudica all those years, there would not have been time for all she might wish to say. Regana grabbed one of the javelins from its slot on the rim of the chariot and brandished it. Then Kalgak shook the reins on the ponies' necks, and they sped away. Boudica braced as the chariot rocked into motion, the other 5 war carts that the Britons had been able to repair rattling along behind her. For this she had no need to seek oblivion in the Morrigan's embrace. Their lust for this battle was the same. A swift glance back showed her Regana's helm at the end of the line. She had no time for regret or even surprise. As they neared, the blur of men in the Roman formation was swiftly resolving into a series of matched shields and helmets, each man with his pilum in his hand. But any hope she might have had that the chariot charge would panic the enemy faded as the slope grew steeper and the ponies began to slow. The Roman general had disposed his men in 3 blocks. In the center she could see the hated legionaries, standing in cohorts 8 ranks deep, spaced a little over a man's width apart, with twice that much room between the lines. More lightly armed auxiliary troops stood in blocks to either side. The cavalry must be hidden in the woods behind. "Turn," she said to Taskio. "Bring us along the line." With an invocation to Cathubodva, she plucked a javelin free, drew back her arm, and threw. Her first missile fell short, but the second arced past the front line and pierced the neck of a man in the second row. "First blood to me!" She gave them a snarling smile. A quiver ran through the enemy ranks, but a clipped Latin order steadied them. Again and again Boudica threw. Some of the javelins were caught on shields, but several more got through. Then she ran out of missiles, and Taskio reined the ponies back down the hill. The other chariots followed her, but the Romans refused to advance after them. As she approached her own line, she drew her sword, and at the signal, Celtic arrows filled the sky in a wickering cloud. Perhaps that would sting the Romans into action. The Britons' numbers would be of little use unless they could draw the enemy away from the wooded slopes that protected their flanks. The warriors drew aside to let the chariots back through. Near the edge of the field men were waiting to hold the horses. As Boudica took up her shield and started back toward the front, Batuitos and Aoc fell in behind her in the traditional triad formation. To have these men who had guarded her husband at her back was almost like having Prasutagos himself there. As she reached the end of the Britons' line, one of the Carinx players caught sight of her and let out a triumphant blare. In the next moment they were all blowing, the wooden clappers in the mouths of the bronze dragon heads buzzing like maddened bees. Taskio ran past her to join his father and brother. She felt the battle rage of her warriors lift her as the host of Britons surged forward, screaming. When Lhiannon was in the mountains with Karatak, she had once heard the roar of a distant avalanche. The sound that rose from the battlefield now carried the same explosive sense of releasing tension. Light shattered on the points of myriad spears. Boudica's wagon had been parked where the ground rose on the northern side of the field, so it could serve as a healer's station for the wounded. Beyond the bright, surging mass of the Britons, Lhiannon could see the strongest warriors surging up the slope toward the silent line of steel. Closer and closer. In another moment the enemy must be swept away. At 40 yards, movement shivered through the Roman ranks. As each man cast his pilum, a glittering blur filled the air. 5,000 flung spears scythed down the leading Britons. A moment later, a second volley felled those behind. Suddenly the slope was a tangle of writhing bodies. Above the battle cries, she could hear a dreadful descant of screams. Exultation changed to horror as the Celtic charge faltered. Lhiannon forced herself to breathe. She had seen the chariots driven to the sidelines. Had Boudica had time to get back to the center of the line? Was hers one of the bodies lying there? Roman trumpets blatted their own defiance. With a deep shout, the center of the legionary line extended, and the block of troops became a wicked wedge that stabbed into the confused mass below. And yet the Britons still outnumbered their enemies by the thousands. Now that the Romans were moving, they could surround them. Lhiannon realized she had dug her fingernails into her palm. She forced her hands to open and checked the bandages she had laid ready. Branganos and Rhiannon would be bringing them wounded soon. "Lady of Ravens," her heart cried, "watch over Boudica." Boudica flinched as the Roman spears darkened the sky, and a wave of shadow rippled down the slope. Linked to her warriors, the shock as the missiles struck rocked her back against Aeac's shield. "Lady, are you hit?" Only in spirit, she thought, pulling herself upright. They had to attack now before the Romans could use their momentary advantage. "Charge them!" she screamed. "Kill!" She drew her sword and ran toward the heaving mass of men. As she neared, the Celts surged forward, then recoiled. She saw men struggling to keep their feet or go down as they were pushed aside. Where were the Romans? She wanted blood on her blade. A high, keening shriek burst from her throat, and men recoiled. Through the momentary gap she glimpsed Roman helms above red shields and the flicker of stabbing swords. She and her companions began to work their way into the mass as the Roman line rolled forward. Longer Celtic swords were flashing, but crammed together, the Britons had no room to put power in their blows. She saw Morriganos's face contort as a Roman sword went into his chest. "Give way and surround them!" Boudica cried, but even the Morrigan's shriek could not be heard above the din. More and more Britons flung themselves forward, tripping on the bodies of their fallen companions, and with an inevitable deliberation the Roman wedge pushed into them, 1,000 gladii stabbing into 1,000 unarmored Celtic bodies with each foot of gained ground. Boudica saw an opening and stabbed, braced by Aeac and Pituitos, their swords batting away the Roman blades. She struck again, aiming below a shield. The Roman lurched, and for a moment there was a gap in the line. Moving as one, the three attacked, long blades whirling. More Romans went down. Then their companions moved to restore the line, and Boudica fell back again, her shield groaning beneath a flurry of blows. Shield arm aching, she stood a moment to catch her breath, and glimpsed Regana with Calgac behind her, near Drostak and Brocagnos and their men. She started to edge toward them. More Britons were coalescing into groups, hurling themselves against the legionary line, but still the Roman meat-grinder inched on. Once more the Roman trumpets blared. A tumult behind her brought her around. The auxiliaries were forming a wedge and beginning their own advance. "Good," thought Boudica. "Maybe these will come in range of my sword." Beyond them she glimpsed men on horseback. The Roman cavalry had emerged from hiding and were skirmishing along the edges of the mob, lances striking those who tried to flee. With a shrill cry, Tingetorix led his riders up the hill to engage them. "Lady!" shouted Pituitos. "They'll catch us between them! We must get back!" She looked at him without understanding. The Romans were in front of her. With an exchange of glances, the two big men moved closer, easing her back down the hill. Corio and his Dobuni were attacking the auxiliaries furiously, but presently he too fell. Then Boudica was caught once more in the surge of warriors throwing themselves against the Roman line. It went on like that, in an endless struggle that moved as slowly as the sun crossed the sky. Boudica saw the ex-slave Tabanus go down, and Carvilios, and others she knew, but there was no time for mourning. Her focus had narrowed to the line of swords that were chewing their way through her men as the battle flowed down the slope and onto the plain. The fight slowed when they reached the stream. As the field broadened, new trumpet calls formed the three wedges with which the Romans had started into a dozen, widening the battle line, savaging the Celtic horde. Soon bodies choked the channel, and the Romans began to advance once more. The enemy still maintained his formations, but the smaller wedges could sometimes be broken. With Aeac and Pituitos behind her, Boudica had the weight to drive forward, and her thirsty blade drank deep as she traded blows. She had received several slashes, but no serious wound. She moved now in a state beyond exhaustion, in which all she knew was the need to kill. Life ebbed from the wounded man's face as his blood welled through the bandages with which Lhiannon had tried to stanch the wound in his side. She touched his neck, felt the pulse flutter and fade, and sat back with a sigh. At her nod, Caw carried the body to lie with the others they had not been able to save. The only good thing about caring for the wounded was that it kept her too busy to worry about what was happening on the battlefield. Lhiannon allowed herself to look up, and realized with a little shock that the fighting was now mostly on this side of the stream. Bodies lay heaped upon the slope beyond it like grain when the reapers have passed. Already the ravens were gleaning among them. It was a mighty harvest of heroes, mostly Britons, though here and there Roman armor gleamed. How many of those bodies still had life in them? Until the battle was over, they could not search and see. On the other side of the wagons, those few who might recover lay in the shade of the trees. Argentilla and some of the other young women moved among them, offering water or a little of the precious syrup of poppy to those in the greatest pain. For some, the sight of a girl's sweet face was sufficient medicine. For so many there was nothing to be done, and the men they had tended were only the ones who had managed to crawl to the edge of the battlefield, where Branganos and Rihanna and some of the stronger women could reach them. "The fighting is getting closer," said Caw. His tunic was smeared with other men's blood. He was at most 16, but just now a much older soul looked out of his dark eyes. "Yes," replied Lhiannon. The battle had already covered more ground than she had expected, and had lasted longer. The fighting was almost close enough to make out individuals. She scanned the struggling mass, but could not find Boudica's raven-winged helmet or bright hair. "We're still retreating." "They've been pushing us back all day," she answered tartly. "But our men are still resisting." Yet of the mass of men who had surged up that hill, scarcely half remained. "The Queen said that if it looked like we were losing, we should get Argentilla away." While the Britons who still faced the enemy refused to admit that they were beaten, it was hard to abandon them, though the goddess knew she had seen enough lost battles to be able to recognize the signs by now. Lhiannon had told herself that if the fighting crossed the water she would start getting ready, or when it passed the end of the semicircle of wagons. It was clear to her now that if the fight reached the wagons at the end of the field, anyone who remained on his feet would be trapped. It would be a slaughter. It was a slaughter now. "Get your things together," she said through stiff lips. Boudica had insisted that they all make up packs with journey supplies. "Take Argentilla up into the undergrowth beyond the trees, and take the dog."
"But that's the direction of the fort," he said.
Lhiannon nodded.
"If there's pursuit, they won't expect anyone to run that way."
"And what about you?" She looked back at the battlefield. "I must wait a little longer, until the Druids come back, until I know what has happened to Boudica." Boudica staggered as a legionary's gladius struck her shield and stuck fast. For a moment the man stared, eyes widening as he realized who she must be. He was still holding on as she swung, her sword blurring into the gap between helmet and the shoulder plate of his lorica. The shock as it sliced muscle and shattered bone vibrated up her arm. Blood sprayed as she wrenched the sword free. As the slain man fell, his weight dragged the split shield from her arm. Éac Mor stepped forward to cover her with his own. She heard a grunt, turned, and saw him folding as another legionary jerked back his blade. Her instinctive response took off the man's hand.
"Pick up his shield," came Batuitos's voice at her ear.
She looked down and saw Éac curled in agony as blood poured from a great wound in his armpit. But he was still holding up the shield. As she took it, his fingers released the grip, and he fell back with a fierce smile. Boudica drew a shuddering breath, aware for the first time that she was growing tired. The Roman line rippled as men at the front stepped back to let others, less wearied, take their places there. Across the nearest warriors she glimpsed Regana at the end of the wedge, near the angle where the next began. Helm and shield were both gone, though Calgac was still by her side. But even as she recognized them, she saw the tall warrior begin to fall. She started toward her daughter, stumbled on a body, lurched over it, and trod on another. Had Regana even noticed that her protector was gone? Screeching, she gripped her sword two-handed and brought it around in a whirling stroke that took a legionary down. Boudica was an arm's length away when a Roman from the edge of the next wedge thrust past the edge of the girl's mail from behind. Regana continued to turn, her bloody sword flying from nerveless fingers in a glittering arc into the mass of enemies beyond.
"You cannot help her!" cried Batuitos as Regana crumpled. "We'll be surrounded! Come away!" But he stayed with her as Boudica shoved past another Briton and over a body to straddle the convulsing form of her child. Romans drew into either side of them as the two wedges ground forward. Black wings thundered in Boudica's ears, but her vision was all red, red as her daughter's blood soaking into the ground. Her lips curled back, and the Morrigan screamed. The scream held all the world's anguish and fury and loss. Men on both sides dropped their weapons hearing that cry. Lhiannon felt her heart stop. For the space of a long breath, nothing moved on the battlefield. Then, slowly, the Roman wedges began to push forward once more. Only at one point was there a knot of resistance, where the flanks of two wedges joined. The massed men swayed and swirled. Even from here she could hear their cries. But presently the struggle eased, and she knew that whatever valiant warriors were fighting there had been overcome. And with that the Celtic resistance began to unravel like a knot of yarn when one pulls the central strand. As the Roman advance resumed, the remaining Britons scattered, throwing down their shields, and now at last the Romans broke ranks to pursue. "It's over." Branganos took her arm. "We must go." "But the wounded," she said distractedly. "We cannot leave." "They are safe." His harsh response silenced her. "The Romans will not touch them now." And looking beyond him, she saw the blood where each man had received the mercy stroke. She felt as if he had struck her to the heart as well. "May the goddess in her mercy receive them," she murmured. "If she has any mercy, if she cares." As Branganos dragged her up the slope, Lhiannon heard screaming. Those Britons who had managed to get beyond the line of wagons were streaming across the fields, pursued by Roman cavalry. But the great mass of men were trapped, trampled by their fellows or falling to Roman swords. And not content with killing warriors, the legionaries were pulling women and children from the wagons and slaughtering them as well. Lhiannon was glad of Branganos's firm grasp, for by the time they reached the trees, she was weeping too fiercely to see anything at all. As she sank down, Argentilla came to her, and though Lhiannon knew that she ought to find some words of comfort, it was the girl who cradled the priestess in her arms.
She could hear the Druids chanting as they wove a spell of concealment. Was that why the wood was growing so dark around them? Or had the death of their hopes taken all light from the world? Chapter 30. The ravens had departed at sunset. As night fell over Manduesedum, it was the turn of the wolves. The four-legged kind skulked down from the forest as a waning moon rose above the plain. The Roman wolves prowled the battlefield with torches, dispatching any Britons who still lived, and stripping the bodies of gear and gold. No one had yet searched the woods above the battlefield, but if the fugitives were to reach safety by morning, they must leave soon. "Not until I know what happened to my mother and my sister," said Argentilla stubbornly. "They are dead, Tilla." Kaw's voice cracked with pain. "You can see what it's like down there." "Not all of them, or who are the Romans killing now? But even if you are right, do you want those monsters to defile their bodies? If no one else will search, I will." At last Lhiannon roused from her despair. "I promised the Queen that I would see you safe, and with Branganos and Kaw you will be. Rihanna and I will go. We have been trained to pass unseen." "Take the dog," said Argentilla. "Bogle would track his mistress to the gates of Andubnian."
"He may have to," muttered Rhiannon, but he took the rope from her hand. "Where'er I bide, my shape I hide." The Druid began to murmur the spell. Lhiannon's blue gown faded into the shadows, and Rhiannon had covered his white robe with a cloak of checkered browns and greens that blended with the terrain. As they whispered, Lhiannon could feel herself becoming one with the night, until there were only two shadows following the pale shape of the great dog. "No need to fear, no one is here." Only the dead, thought Lhiannon. Of those there was an abundance, lying with staring eyes and tangled limbs to either side of the line along which the Romans had advanced. The chariot in which Boudica had ridden so triumphantly still stood at the edge of the field, though the ponies were long gone. She knelt beside the dog. "Find Boudica, Bogle. Find her. Find Boudica now." The dog gave an anxious whimper, looking around him as if he expected the Queen to appear, then began to sniff along the ground. For the first time Lhiannon felt a flicker of hope. With the dog for a guide, they did not have to identify each body, though they could not help finding some they knew. Mandos still holding his beloved sword, and Tingetorix crushed beneath his horse. Procagnos and Drostak, neighbors in death as they had been in life. Astonishingly, some still lived. Kitto, the farmer's son, had been felled by a blow to the head, and was just regaining consciousness when they found him. Lhiannon kept him with her as they went on. She found it hard to believe that Bogle could make out any scent above the pervasive reek of blood, but the dog continued to move among the bodies, and when Lhiannon recognized Aoc, she knew that Bogle was leading them well. "The gods reward you. I know you defended her," murmured the priestess, bending to close the staring eyes. Holding Bogle's leash in one hand and Kitto's arm with the other, she went on. "Here," she said softly as the dog paused, whining. Before them the dead were piled high, Romans mixed with Britons. She tied the dog to a dead man's leg, and she and Kitto began to drag the cold bodies to either side. They found Betuitos first, his mail hacked and a great wound in his chest, and just beyond him Boudica, crumpled over the body of her daughter in the center of a ring of slain. Regana was quite dead, but as Lhiannon gently took Boudica in her arms, Bogle surged forward with a muffled bark and began to lick the blood from her face. "Hush, Bogle! Get back! Get down!" Lhiannon whispered with a frantic glance toward the Roman torches. The dog crouched, tail wagging. For a moment Lhiannon stared, then pressed her finger to the pulse point in the Queen's neck. She could not tell if what she felt was a heartbeat or her own trembling, but she had touched enough dead flesh tonight to realize that Boudica was not quite cold. "Blessed goddess! She's alive! Quickly, Rhiannon, help me lift her!"
Kitto took up Regana's body, and moving with infinite care they started toward the hill. Twice they had to drop flat when Roman searchers came too near, but the very magnitude of the disaster was in their favor. Even the greediest legionary needed time to search all the slain. As they reached the shelter of the first trees, Lhiannon looked back. Beyond the flicker of Roman torches, another figure moved among the dead. Tall and graceful, a glimmer of light followed where it passed. She touched Rhianna's shoulder. "Is that one of our women walking down there?" He followed her gaze, swallowed, and then very softly whispered the final verse of Branganos's song. "The great queen walks the battlefield and weeps for all the slain. To her embrace their souls they yield. She takes away their pain." "The Morrigan weeps," thought Lhiannon, and found a bitter comfort in knowing that they did not mourn alone. "She has lost a great deal of blood," said Branganos as they laid the queen down on the hill. Yes, the fitful moonlight that shafted through the trees showed them the gashes on Boudica's long limbs. Those had mostly stopped bleeding, but there was a deep slash in her side that looked bad. All they could do was to bind the wounds and lay her, wrapped warmly, on a litter of branches. Lhiannon looked up as Caw came back through the trees. "The Romans are searching the east and south along the road. We cannot go that way." "I have hunted all through these hills," Kitto spoke from the shadows where he and Argentilla had been scraping a shallow grave for Regana. "I can lead you past the Roman fort and around to the west of this ridge. From there we can make our way to my father's farm." It would appear that the goddess had not abandoned them entirely. For the first time Lhiannon dared to hope they might escape. To what was a question for another day. For Boudica, consciousness returned on a wave of agony. She was lying on something that jerked and swayed, each movement sending agony jolting through every limb. She drew a shuddering breath, felt below her ribs a pain so profound that she could not even scream. The motion stopped, and something sweet was forced between her lips. She recognized the taste of poppy seed and honey, and presently knew no more. When again she found herself aware, she thought she was on the ship that had carried her to Avalon. But Prasyotagos was beside her, his skin bronzed and his hair burnished to pale gold by the sun. "I saw you on your pyre. Am I dead too?" Her heart leaped as he smiled. "Not yet, my love. You have a way to go." His face began to dim as the motion beneath her increased. She clung to the vision, trying to ignore the persistent, gnawing agony. "Don't leave me again," her spirit cried. Darkness swirled between them, but she heard his voice, as through her pain she had heard it long ago. "Boudica, I am here." The next time she woke she was lying in shadow on something soft that did not move. Familiar voices murmured nearby. She must have made some sound, for Argentilla's face swam into view above her. "Mother, you're awake! How do you feel?" "As if I would rather be whipped again, and weak as a day-old pup," she thought, realizing in just how many places she was hurting now. "The better for seeing you," she said aloud. "Where are we?" she added as Tilla managed a watery smile. "At Kitto's farm. They have been kind." The girl stopped, swallowed. "Regana is dead. I saw her fall." "It was what she wanted." "It is what I wanted, too." Boudica did not let that knowledge alter her smile. It would have been better if she had died on the battlefield. She was a danger to them all. But Lhiannon would never grant her the mercy stroke now. She found that she could remember the battle quite clearly, and wondered if the trauma to her flesh had somehow insulated her from its terror, or whether the magnitude of the disaster helped her to bear her body's pain. Argentilla moved aside, and she saw Lhiannon, her face gaunt and her eyes shadowed by fatigue. With gentle efficiency, the priestess took her pulse and tested the temperature of her brow. "You have a little fever, but we were able to clean and stitch your wounds while you were unconscious, and they seem to be doing well. Rest while you can. The Romans are searching. We cannot stay here long." "Are there horses?" Boudica asked. "We can get them. We could make a horse litter, I suppose," Lhiannon said doubtfully. "Tie me into the saddle. If I fall, tie me over it. If I die, bury me as you did Regana," she said baldly. "If you are in danger of being caught, slit my throat and run. I will not be dragged in chains through the streets of Rome." Lhiannon's lips set, and she touched Boudica's brow once more. "I will not allow you to die. We are making soup. You must drink as much as you are able to build up your blood. We will stay here as long as we can." The Roman road was closed to them now. Kitto guided them by winding tracks and cow paths to the farm of his uncle, who in turn passed them on to a foster brother, and so, guided from one friend to the next, they made their way through the lands of the Cornovii and Dobuni toward Avalon. The countryside was full of rumors. It was said that the commander of the legion in Isca, hearing of the great victory that his fear had kept his troops from sharing, fell on his sword. If so, thought Lhiannon bitterly, that was one Roman officer whom they had managed to kill. The rest of them were vigorously alive, slaughtering anyone they suspected of sympathy for the killer queen. But the Romans had not yet begun to look westward. Most of Boudica's army had come from the south and east, and it was they who were the targets of the legion's wrath. Those Iceni who made it back to their homes might soon wish that they had died on the battlefield. The fugitives rode slowly by hidden paths, and they encountered no patrols. As they moved on, Boudica seemed to grow stronger. Her wounds were beginning to close. But though she never complained, when they stopped each night she fell immediately into an exhausted sleep, and her color alternated between flushed and pale. "When we get to Avalon she can rest," thought Lhiannon. "I will make her well." The old moon had worn away and was swelling to the full once more by the time they descended the southern slopes of the Lead Hills, and saw across the marshes the pointed tip of the Tor. "And so, after everything, I am back at Avalon," thought Boudica. They had brought her to the apple orchard to bask in the dreaming peace of the afternoon. She wished that she could believe that everything that had happened since she and Lhiannon left this place had been a nightmare, but that would have been to lose Prasutagus. She did not tell Lhiannon, who was working so hard to make her live, that he came to her in her dreams. Sunlight spangled the grass beneath the apple trees that grew below the blood spring. In Avalon the world seemed very fair, but in her homeland things might be otherwise. Was it cowardice to flee what the Romans would do to the Iceni now? At the thought, Boudica started to raise herself, and a wave of anguish filled her once more. The wounds on her arms and legs were healing, but there was something very wrong within. Perhaps the decision to live would not be hers. And why was she surprised? She wondered when the darkness receded and she was able to focus once more on the leaves. Some fates could not be fought. Losing her son, losing Prasutagus, losing the battle for Britannia. "Goddess, why did you betray me?" Her eyes stung with angry tears. "You promised me victory." But since Manduecidum, the place in Boudica's mind where the Morrigan had been was empty. Perhaps what she thought was the Lady of Ravens had been no more than a delusion born of her own rage, and it was she herself who had betrayed them all. "But Tuatos, look out!" Boudica's cry jerked Lhiannon awake, heart pounding. "So many! Damn them! I can't get past their shields!" Since Manduecidum, the priestess had learned to sleep lightly, alert for the first muttering that meant Boudica's fever was rising once more. Branganos helped to dress her wound, and Coventa or Argentilla could keep watch during the day. But through the nights Lhiannon fought for Boudica's life as fiercely as the queen had battled Rome. The light of the oil lamp showed her Boudica flailing as if she held a sword. In the hut they shared, 2 steps took her to her patient's side. She soaked a cloth in cold water and laid it on the Queen's burning brow. Boggle, who had risen when she did, rested his head on the pillow. "Hush! Be easy, my dear one. The battle's over. You're safe with me now." Lhiannon judged the time to be near midnight. She could safely let her patient have more willow bark tea. "Wake now. Open your eyes, and I will give you something to make it easier." She held the cup to Boudica's lips, and the Queen swallowed. Her eyelids fluttered, and she drank again. "Damn all Romans!" she whispered as Lhiannon eased her back down. "I fought them a whole day. I should not have to do it all over again." She laid her hand on the dog's head. "Never mind, darling. Eventually the memories will fade. It takes time for the dead to leave us," said Lhiannon. "At first we see them everywhere. But as time passes and the world is changed, they withdraw, and we go on." "Not always," Boudica replied. "And it is not all nightmares. Prasutagos is with me all the time." She stopped. "I'm sorry. I know you don't like to hear me speak of him." "He was a good man," answered Lhiannon briskly. "But he is dead, and you must think about getting well." "Perhaps." Boudica sighed. "When we were here before, you found the way to Fairy, and I could not follow you. But I think that where I am going now, one day you will follow me." Boudica had always been a strong woman with good muscle on her tall frame. With time and childbearing she had even grown matronly, until she lost that softness during the campaign. But now, stark in the lamplight, the good bones of her face stood clear. Lhiannon's belly clenched as she recognized how fever was wearing the flesh away. "You could still go there?" Lhiannon said desperately, trying to deny what she had just seen. "The Fairy Queen could heal you, or keep you living until—" "Until nothing," Boudica cut in. "Life eternal and unchanging, never meeting the ones you loved, never growing wiser, never returning to this world to live anew." Lhiannon winced, hearing from Boudica the argument she herself had offered the Fairy Queen. "Would you wish that for yourself, Lhiannon? Why would you want it for me?" "Never seeing Prasutagos again, you mean?" Lhiannon asked bitterly. "But when he was dying, would you not have taken him anywhere he might live a little longer if you had the chance? Prasutagos was my—" Boudica fell silent, eyes widening as she met Lhiannon's gaze. "Now do you understand?" thought the priestess. "Now do you understand that I love you?" "He was your husband," she said aloud. "Nor did I ever try to part you while he lived. But I will not let him drag you down to death if there is any way you may be saved. Curse it, Boudica," she added suddenly, "do you want to die?" "Not just at the moment, no," the other woman said honestly. "I didn't want to go into battle either, but when the time came, I did it. I admit it is easier when 1,000 warriors are baying for blood all around you. It is hard to go through that door alone. Prasutagos had to do it, and I had to help him. But you won't help me." "It hurts, Lhiannon," Boudica said then. "Would you condemn me to live in agony?" "I dare say it does," the priestess said tartly. "You have always had the constitution of one of your own ponies. Except when you lay in childbed, have you ever known pain? You lived soft for 17 years, and then spent 3 months in one campaign. What do you know of the long struggle that exhausts the soul?" Boudica recoiled as each barbed word struck home. Boggle unfolded his long limbs and stood looking from one woman to the other with anxious eyes. A lifetime of anguish the priestess had not known she held was flooding forth, and she could not stem the flow until she was done. "You lost one battle. I have had to spend all my strength in fruitless magic and see our warriors slain again and again. To fail and die is hard, but it's harder still to fail and fight on, knowing you will probably lose."
Boudica was weeping silently.
Lhiannon felt suddenly sick and old.
The hatred she felt for the Romans was a bright, clean thing, a justified rage.
What she and Boudica were doing to each other now was the shadow side of love. But weak as she was, the queen was not yet beaten.
After a few moments she took a deep breath and fixed the priestess with the gaze that had commanded an army.
"And what about the things you have not dared?" she asked. "When I first came to Mona, your deepest desire was to sit as oracle.
At least," her lips quirked, "when you were not dreaming of lying in Ardanos's arms. Helva is dead, and you are our high priestess here.
Why haven't you seized the chance to ride the spirit road?"
It was not fair, thought Lhiannon, to use what they had shared against her.
But they were both desperate now. What hurt so badly was the truth in Boudica's words. In Erihu she had learned how to seek illumination through depriving the senses in a darkened room, how to divine by touch, and how poetry might drive the mind past reason to the intuitive leap that brings truth. But since she rode with Karatak, she had not used magic to ask any question about whose answer she cared. "I have cut myself off from the ecstasy of the flesh and the spirit both," she realized. "And if I do," she said slowly, "if I go out and seek the answers I fear, will you fight to live?" This time, she noted sourly, Boudica's wince did not come from physical pain.
"I will fight," the queen said with a sudden grim resolve, "if, when you stand between the worlds, you will let me question you." There was a long silence. Boggle, sensing that the quarrel was done, gave a gusty sigh and stretched himself on the floor.
"I am sorry, Lhiannon. Sorry for everything," Boudica said presently. "I wish you had never returned from Erihu."
"I am not."
In the emptiness her fury had left behind, Lhiannon glimpsed something that might be peace. This, too, she thought numbly, was the gift of the Morrigan. "I would regret forever not having shared this final battle with you." "Then you had better give me some more of your magic potion."
Suddenly Boudica was very pale.
As the queen's eyes closed, Lhiannon bent over her in sudden fright, but Boudica was still breathing. Why had they wasted this time in hurting each other, the priestess thought despairingly, when this might be all they had? Lhiannon observed Boudica warily as they settled her litter beside the fire, too anxious for her friend to fear for herself. The queen's fever had risen. She watched with eyes that were far too bright as Lhiannon took her place on the tripod stool Caw had fashioned for the ritual.
"You have compelled me to sit here," Lhiannon said silently.
"What dreadful answer will you require of me?" For a long moment their eyes held, and Boudica lifted her hand as a warrior salutes one who rides out to face the foe. The sacred drink burned in Lhiannon's belly, the garland bound her brows. Her finger ached where she had pricked it to add her blood to the water in the blessing bowl. Answers always came most easily when need impelled the questions, and the gods knew they needed wisdom here. They had gathered for the rite at the foot of the tor between the blood spring and the milk spring. Even here she could feel the energy that spiraled up the hill, and knew it would carry her far and fast. As she drew down her veil, Lhiannon could feel her awareness beginning to shift, and suppressed a tremor of fear.
"Soft, how soft the evening air! Sunset leaves the world more fair, peace a blessing everywhere." Dusk had left the world in cool shadow beneath a scattering of stars. Despite her anxiety, that peace eased her as Branganos sang the familiar words. "Now at the dying of the day, our road a final shining ray. Between the worlds we find the way."
Lhiannon felt herself falling, though her body remained poised upon the stool. as from a great distance she heard Branganos call, "Children of Dawn, why have you come here?" "We seek the blessing of the goddess," the others replied. "Then call her." The many names by which the tribes had called their goddesses rang through the still air, myriad parts building toward a greater whole. Lhiannon felt her identity tremble as if she stood in a strong wind, and then Boudica's voice rose above the others. "Cathubadva, I call you. Lady of Ravens, you have brought us to this pass. Give us your counsel now." Lhiannon tried to shake her head in denial. Of all the faces the goddess might wear, this was surely not the one they needed now. But already black wings were beating at her consciousness and bearing it away. From a great distance she was aware that she was straightening, working her shoulders back and forth, stretching out her arms with a low laugh as the Morrigan came in. "This horse is not so strong as the other was, but she will serve your need. What would you ask of me?" There was an uncomfortable silence, as if the onlookers, having summoned the goddess, were now regretting it. The first to pull himself together was Caw. "Lady, when will the Roman reprisals be over? When can I take Argentilla home?" There was another silence. Lhiannon trembled, feeling the Morrigan's amusement ebb away. What replaced it was pain. "I shall not see a world that will be dear to me," the goddess keened. "A spring without sowing, an autumn without harvest, women slaughtered in their houses and men in their fields. Donatobrigos burns, and the walls of Tutadunan are cast down. Mars Ultor stalks the land, avenging those who burned in the Roman towns." Branganos cleared his throat. "Is there no hope for us, great queen? How shall we survive?" "Even the gods cannot combat necessity," the goddess replied. "Blood feeds the earth, flesh feeds the ravens, and you feed the people, O raven son, with your songs." The Druid flinched at the Morrigan's harsh laugh. "Today you Britons fall, but one day it will be Rome's turn, and when the legions are gone, your stories and your blood will still be here. Again and again you will fall, but something always survives. You were not wrong to make war. You have forced your conquerors to respect you. Now you must bend to the blast, using your wits to scavenge what you can." It was what Ardanos had said, and Lhiannon did not like it any better, knowing that the Morrigan agreed. "The blood of my thousands has already fed Manduesidum's field," Boudica cried. "What can I offer to save those who remain?" "Your own." The answer fell into the silence like a stone. In that hidden place in which her spirit sheltered, Lhiannon began to wail as the goddess used her lips to pronounce Boudica's doom. "Your own oath binds you. The blood of the ruler is the final sacrifice." Argentilla voiced the protest that Lhiannon's heart was screaming, but the Morrigan's cry was louder. "Do you not even now understand? I am the moan of the dying warrior and the shout of the one who slays him. I am the scream of the woman in childbed and her baby's first cry. Fear my fury, for without balance it will destroy the world. Only from the cauldron of Dagdevos can your people be reborn." The cauldron was the blood spring. Lhiannon could not deny the words that had come from her own mouth, though she would rather have sewn her lips shut than speak them. This time it had been given to her to remember not only what the Morrigan had said, but the emotion behind it, the terrible outpouring of love and pain. But in giving the goddess a voice, she had done all she could bear, and so it was Branganos's disciplined calm that ruled them as they prepared for the ritual. In frozen silence, Lhiannon followed Boudica's litter as Caw and Rhiannon bore it to the pool. There was too much light, she thought, as they set it down. The sparkle of sunlight on water hurt her eyes. Boudica's hair flamed upon the pillow. Her face seemed lit from within. She seems so peaceful, thought the priestess despairingly. The queen looked as she had before the battle, all her forces focused toward one goal. Perhaps, thought the priestess, it is I who bear her fear. But whether that was the Morrigan's punishment or her mercy, she did not know. Coventa took her arm and helped her to sit down. Caw had moved to his usual place beside Argentilla, and the two Druids stood together nearby. "Tilla," the queen said softly, "come here, darling, and listen to me. I wish so much that I could stay with you. I think that you and Caw will have beautiful children. You cannot go back to Donatobrigos just yet, but if the gods accept my offering, it may be safe one day. You must take the torque with you." She bent her head so that her daughter could twist the woven golden wires that formed the neck ring. They did not want to give, and in the end Branganos had to ease his dagger under one of the terminals and cut it free. "Perhaps it is as well," said the queen as Argentilla sat back with the two pieces in her hand. "I think it will be a very long time before a prince of our people wears such a torque again. But it should go home. Bury it in Iceni earth, and my spirit will go with it to watch over you. We will build a mound above it, and our people will bring offerings to honor you," the girl said passionately. "No," cried the queen. "If you do, the Romans will find it, and you. The place and manner of my death must remain a mystery. Hide the torque in some secret spot that no one knows. But make my pyre atop the Tor, and the wind will carry my ashes throughout the land. I took oath to the Iceni, but I fought for all Britannia." So had Karatek, thought Lhiannon, but he had refused the final sacrifice. If he had offered his blood in that last battle, would Boudica have to do so now? For a long moment the queen cradled the girl's fair head against her breast. Then her hand fell. Argentilla straightened, weeping, and Caw took her in his arms. "Lhiannon," Boudica whispered then, and the priestess forced her limbs to bear her to the queen's side. "We had an agreement. You fulfilled your part. I ask you now to release me from mine." "The goddess has absolved you," Lhiannon said stiffly. "You need no permission from me." Boudica shook her head with a little smile. "No, only forgiveness. My dear one, you have been better to me than I deserved. I leave you my love." "But still you leave me," Lhiannon thought as their eyes met. "We do what we must," she said aloud. "I must let you go, but I will not assent to it, and it will be long before I forgive the gods." Boudica reached up, and for the last time Lhiannon took her in her arms, heart-wrenched anew as she felt how thin the frame beneath the white gown had grown. As she released her, Boudica sighed deeply, and her eyes closed. "Lady, how is it with you?" Branganos asked after a few moments had passed. "I feel very light," Boudica's voice held wonder, "and there is no pain. I think that we had best act quickly, or I will go with my work undone." "The ritual requirements are clear," Branganos said softly. "The ruler's blood must be shed. It must be a willing offering. The water that comes from the spring will carry it into the land." "Then let it be so." The queen held out first one arm, then the other, and with a swift stroke he drew the sharp knife lengthwise across the veins. Blood sprang crimson upon the white skin, spiraling downward to drip onto the stones. "Now, put me into the pool. Behold the cauldron of the mighty ones." The Druid's voice seemed to come from very far away. Boudica winced as the litter was picked up and maneuvered down the steps into the pool. Her arms stung where the knife had cut, but by comparison with what she had borne for so long, she scarcely recognized the sensation as pain. She was bleeding freely, light-headed already as the strength left her limbs. Her blood bloomed in a crimson cloud through the iron-tanged water, flowing onward through the channel where it left the pool, spreading like a mist of light. She had hoped to hear the voice of the goddess within once more, but at least she had spoken through Lhiannon. "If it is permitted," Boudica sent a last thought toward her friend, "I will come to you as Prasutagos came to me."
"Let the waters receive you." Branganos's voice shook. "This is the cauldron of Dagdevos, in which you shall be reborn."
"Lady of Ravens," the queen added silently, "I am your sacrifice."
"Boudica," came the answer, "you are my victory."
The cool waters closed over her and carried her away. And she was elsewhere, standing naked in a flowing stream, whole, strong, and not the self she knew. With a shock of recognition, Boudica understood that she was one with the Morrigan. In sheer relief she threw back her head and laughed, and like an echo heard deeper laughter answering. He was standing on the shore, blond and burly, leaning on his club, his other weapon making a tent of the absurdly short tunic he wore. "Dagdevos!" she challenged him, and the part of her that was Boudica recognized Prasutagos smiling through the god's eyes. She scooped up water and splashed it between her thighs, the touch sending a tingle of sensation across her skin. She looked at him again. He had stripped off his tunic and laid his club aside. Erect and ready, he strode into the water, planted his feet in the stream bed, and drew her into his arms.
"Now is the hour of our coming together." His deep voice rumbled against her hair. "Let your rage be satisfied. Release the raven and become the dove, and let the destruction end. Accept the woman's offering."
He lifted her, and she swung up her leg to hold him, giving and taking, her passion arousing his power, his peace transmuting her anger to love, until they shuddered at last to equilibrium. And as the waters of the sacred spring bore the queen's blood to the earth of Britannia, the power that flowed from Avalon began its healing. Epilogue. Lhiannon speaks. Darkness has fallen, and the wind whines in bare branches like Boudica's hounds. At this season the Morrigan rides, but I do not welcome her. Since our community was established at Wernematon, the goddess has spoken through me many times, but never again have I opened my soul to the Lady of Ravens. And yet she spoke truly. After Boudica died, I sent to bring Kylene from Erihu. We lived for a time in a stone tower on the northern coast, but even in that lonely place I heard rumors of the terror that followed the battle at Manduesedum. Governor Paulinus sought to restore his lost honor with fire and sword, and by the next summer scarcely a farmstead was left standing in the Iceni lands. But the procurator who replaced Decianus Catus understood that Roman crimes had driven the people to desperation, and he stopped the governor before he destroyed Britannia. And gradually peace began to return. Even now much of Boudica's kingdom lies desolate, but Argentilla and Caw went back eventually and built a house near where Donatobrigos once stood, where they scratch a living from the soil.
The Romans have rebuilt their ravaged cities. Camulodunum and Londinium and Verulamium are bigger than ever, and as Caratac feared, the children of our chieftains are learning Latin and becoming citizens. The following spring the priestesses left pregnant by Roman rape bore their bastards. Some of the girl children were drowned, but the boys were claimed by the Society of Ravens. Coventa gave birth to a son as she had dreamed, and died in the bearing. Bendigeid has raised him as his own. In the years after the attack on Mona, Ardanos traveled Britannia ceaselessly, visiting those of our order who survived, and in time revealing himself to a few of the more liberal Romans and becoming their ally. I wonder if they have ever realized what a rebel he was when he was young. The goddess knows he is a model for what the priest of a conquered people should be today. I suppose his submission has been justified. 4 years after the burning of Lisderu, he got permission to establish a community of Vernemeton where our priestesses might live secluded from the world. The Romans seem to have quite forgotten the dark-robed Furies who terrified them on the shore of Mona, and think us kin to their Vestals. The priests chose as Ardanos bade them, and made me high priestess, as Lady Mirren once foretold. Some days I myself find it hard to remember exactly how it came about, but I suppose the goddess approves, for I have grown old in office. Kylene has become as fine a priestess as any we ever had on Mona, though I do not think the Council of Druids will accept her as my successor. She thinks for herself, and that is never popular with men. I have never gone back to Avalon, and now I do not have the strength for the journey even if I should wish to go. Though Kylene loves me too well to admit it, I think that soon I will find the way to join Boudica. I trust she has forgiven me for trying to hold her, as I have forgiven her for leaving me. I have done what I could to preserve the faith of our people, though there were times when I myself had none. Our ways will not be lost. The procession that escorts the white mare is coming, but louder than their voices is the song of the wind. That wind carried Boudica's ashes throughout Britannia. Our people do not speak her name where Romans can hear, but she is remembered. Rome will not give our women even so much freedom as our men are allowed. But once a woman stood against the might of Rome, and for one shining, terrible summer had the victory. This concludes Ravens of Avalon. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers. Or call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.